Thank you to all the dignitaries on the dais. Do we have the ICAR song ready to be played? Okay, so now we'll take a moment to play the ICAR song.
कृषि धन पशुधन मानव जीवन दुग्ध मत्स्य फल यंत्र सुवर्धन वैज्ञानिक विधि नव तकनीके पारिस्थितिकी का संरक्षण शस्य श्यामला छवि भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। हिम प्रदेश से सागर तट तक मरुधरती से पूर्वोत्तर तक हर पथ पर है मित्र कृषक की शिक्षा शोध प्रसार सकल तक आशा स्वावलंबित भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की।
Thank you so much. And now I would like to kindly request Mr. Ajay Rana and Dr. Mishra to extend a warm welcome to our guests with flowers. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. To begin today's meeting, I would now like to invite Mr. Ajay Rana, Chairman of the Federation of Seed Industry of India, to deliver the opening address, please.
Good morning and happy Navratras to everyone. This is a week of, in fact, like 9 days of auspicious Hindu festival Navratras, and I'd like to compliment ICAR, Directorate of Weed Research, and FSII Secretariat to organize this very important brainstorming session on weed. In fact, like in the context of Navratras and Ma Durga, I'll say like weeds are the Ravan, which in fact like we have not addressed good enough so far. I have a very distinguished panelist here on the dais, Dr. S.K. Chaudhary, Dr. P.K. Singh, Dr. D.K. Yadav, Dr. Rajveer Singh, Dr. J.S. Mishra, and my FSI colleague, Dr. Raghavan Sampath Kumar, and all the participants here from industry as well as ICR institutes. So if you look at like, we have made tremendous improvement on the genetic side, both in varieties as well as in hybrids in India. And with all these genetic improvements, we have seen improvement in yields, but like our average productivity of the majority of the crops is still below world averages. And if we dig into what is the reason, what is the cause, we have good genetics, we are releasing high yielding varieties, and why our productivity is still below world averages. One of the, in fact, the culprit or the cause is poor weed control. The weeds, they compete with the crop for nutrition, they compete with the crop for irrigation, they compete with the crop for space. Weed, they are the, in fact, like primary host for many disease and insects. And due to all these reasons, the weed pressure results into yield losses. Early part of my career, I worked on herbicides. In fact, I was talking to Dr. Yaduraj and Dr. Malik earlier in the late 90s. If you remember, Phalaris minor became a very big problem in wheat, gulli danda. And Phalaris minor became such a problem, it was a challenge for our food security. We collectively, private sector and public sector, worked on testing new herbicide, and in fact, like Government of India, CIBRC those days, gave out-of-turn approval to new chemistries, sulfonylurea, Topic, Puma. They were like 3 chemistries, chlordinofop, I believe, the four family. And then we saw the turnaround, like the wheat crop, and we could save the yield. We saw continuous improvement in wheat yield. I'm just taking one example, like how an integrated or a collaborative efforts can address a problem. But still, this problem exists in many crops. The wheat, it's not like now there's a new challenge now again in wheat, because these chemistries were introduced almost 26 years ago. 99, I think was the 98, 99 was the year of the launch. We have not been able to successfully scale up direct seeded rice in India because of the wheat problem. Direct seeded rice या धान की सीधी बुआई किसान जानता है. They tried it in 2020 in the first year of COVID infestation or the COVID pandemic. But many of those farmers, though adopted direct seeded rice, they went back to transplanted practices because they saw 10 to 30% yield losses. And the major cause for yield losses was weed control. If you look at our major crops, rice, wheat, cotton, and oilseed, pulses and oilseed, in rice, the productivity or yield losses because of weed is in the range of 15 to 50%, wheat 10 to 30%, cotton 20 to 80%, pulses and oilseed 30 to 70%. These are staggering numbers. In fact, like we have done some estimation, like what is the rupee value of all these yield losses because of weed problem. The top of the envelope calculation says like 28 lakh crore. 28 lakh crore is a big number. If we can develop strategies and we can control weed better, even half of that money, we improve productivity. This will also lead to the reduction in the labor cost for the farmer. All this money can go into farmer pocket. All this money can add to our GDP. So today, we are together here, and I'll say like weed control has not got the desired attention in our system so far. And this is, in fact, need of the hour when labor cost is increasing, labor availability is becoming a challenge. And even our best varieties and hybrid, we are not realizing the yield potential, what we should be realizing. Let's together today deliberate on strategies, right from the conventional herbicide usage, how we can bring better chemistries, integrated weed management approaches. In future, how can we use artificial intelligence, robotics, and how can we bring technologies, proven technologies like herbicide-tolerant crop, herbicide-tolerant technology, Uh, in 2024, in fact, like we have seen a major technology intervention in herbicide-tolerant crops in rice, both public sector as well as private sector. We have launched first herbicide-tolerant rice varieties and hybrids in India, Robin and full page, Robin-based varieties, basmati varieties, and full page-based hybrids. In fact, I was sharing some notes with Dr. P.K. Singh that if farmers are experienced with the technology, sir, is very good. In fact, we see in future, farmer will adopt direct seeded rice with this technology intervention. We need to seriously look at, how can we bring herbicide tolerance technology in cotton seeds. Our productivity in soybean is very low. Our cotton crop productivity is suffering. Although there is, in fact, like proven technology, glyphosate-tolerant cotton, but due to regulatory hurdles, we have not been able to bring this technology to India. Farmers have seen the benefit, and off the record, they are growing HT cotton in large acres. But I think we need that, hey, we convince the regulator, we convince, in fact, like the judiciary system also, that we can bring this technology which can change cotton farming and cotton productivity in the country. So with these words, I close my welcome remarks, and I look for, once again, welcome all the distinguished panelists on the dais as well as the participant. And I look forward to great deliberations today and recommendations from today's brainstorming session so that we can advance new technologies to address weed problem in Indian agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite Dr. J.S. Mishra, Director, ICAR, Directorate of Weed Research, to deliver the welcome address and provide the context for today's meeting.
Honorable Chief Guest of this inaugural function, Dr. S.K. Chaudhary Sahab, the Deputy Director General, Natural Resource Management, ICAR. Dr. P.K. Singh Sahab, the Honorable Agriculture Commissioner, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, and Guest of Honor of this inaugural program. Dr. P.K. Yadav Sahab, the Honorable Assistant Director General Seeds, ICAR, and special guest of this program. Dr. Rajbir Singh Ji, the Honorable ADG, Agronomy, Agroforestry and Climate Change, ICAR, and the special guest of this program. Dr. Ajay Rana Ji, the Chairman of Federation of Seed Industry of India. Dr. Raghavan Sampath Kumar Ji, the Executive Director of FSII. My most respected seniors, Dr. R.K. Malik Sahab, Dr. N.T. Adraju Sahab, Dr. Sadananda Sahab, Dr. B.P. Bhatt Sahab, and my industry colleagues both from seed industry as well as pesticide industries. My colleagues from IRI, Dr. Rathore, Dr. T.K. Das, the scientists from different ICR institutions, different industry colleagues, students, press and media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning and warm welcome to each of you on behalf of the Directorate of Weed Research, Jabalpur, and Federation of Seed Industry of India. As rightly said by the Dr. Rana Sahab, that this is a very auspicious time to hold this brainstorming meeting because this is Navratra already. So, हमारी तरफ से आप सभी को नवरात्रा की ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं. As we all know and already narrated by the chairman of FSII, that we all know that beets are one of the major crop pests, causing tremendous losses to the, not only to the crop production, but biodiversity, environment, and health, whether it is animal health or human health. Similarly, because this is a context of seed industry as well as ICR, Directorate of Weed Research, so beets are also a major challenge when we talk about the production of quality seeds, whether it is a breeder seed, foundation seed. So there are many objectionable beets. If they are there, many of our seed lots are going to be rejected or have been rejected in the past also when we are exporting it to other countries. So that is one of the major aspects why we came together and to organize this brainstorming session. We all know that earlier weed control was mainly done by the manual laborers, but now gone are the days because availability has become very difficult. Timely weeding is also very much important in weed management system. So now the use of herbicides nowadays is gaining very much importance because of their easy application, their higher efficacy, and also the lower cost of production. So when we talk about the improving the income of the farmers, so that is a doubling farmers' income or anything, so certainly we have to devise the mechanism of weed management, which is easily adopted by the farmers, as well as it is going to cut the cost of production. And there are a lot of advancement in the use of herbicide, whether it is a use of green chemistry of new low-dose molecules, or whether it is a herbicide mixtures, now two-way mixtures, three-way mixtures. Ready mixtures are coming to have a broad spectrum weed control. Similarly, there is a lot of research and development in the spraying technology, whether it is multi-modal or AI, precision weed management, and now drone technology has come up. And now, earlier herbicides were not, but now the first herbicide, this pyruvate sodium, has recently been released and it can be applied using drones. But still, there is a lot of scope to develop SOPs, especially how to minimize the herbicide drift, what should be the speed, what should be the height. So a lot of things need to be done when we talk about the herbicide spraying through drones. Similarly, with the advancement in biotechnology, the genetic engineering, a lot of new development, particularly non-transgenic varieties of different crops. So now, in recent past, in last year, the rice varieties from basmati rice from IRI, Pusa basmati 1979, Pusa basmati 1985. Similarly, from our NRRI Cuttack, and also the private industry, Savannah seeds, hybrid rice, and still they are resistant to the tolerant to the imidazopyr tolerant. So now this year these basmati rice varieties have been released and they are doing well, and almost the direct seeded rice, when we talk about beets, are major problem. So such type of technologies are in the now, and still a lot of new molecules are there in the pipeline for other crops also, for the development of herbicide-tolerant crop varieties in wheat and many more crops. But however, these developments made weed management more towards herbicide-centric. And when our management system is towards herbicide-centric, a lot of issues are also coming up. So rightly pointed out by our previous speaker, herbicide resistance. In 90s, only isoprotron was becoming resistant to the Phalaris minor. But now if you see, more than 10 beets have become resistant to single herbicide, multiple herbicide resistance, cross resistance. So that is all because of the indiscriminate use of herbicide, non-judicious use of herbicide. So issues are also coming up when we are dependent only upon a single method of weed management. So therefore, and when we talk about this herbicide-tolerant rice, you see, it may go a long way for few years, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. But again, there may be many beets which are escaped now, they will become tolerant or resistant. So a proper stewardship is also required, that how to deal with these type of new technology for their sustainability, so that for a longer period they can exist in the system and farmers get the benefit of this new technology. Then beets have also been, one part is beets are harmful, but for ecological perspective, beets are beneficial also. So when we talk about the complete management, so there we have to think about the other aspects so that our total biodiversity should be maintained. So like beets are many usefulness, pollinators, they are when we talk about biotic or abiotic resistance development in varieties, so beets are a very good genetic material. So in the other way also we have to think. So that's why we have to devise such technology which are ecologically important. Of course, herbicides will also be there in the center, but other mode of practices, maybe the crop diversification, maybe the conservation tillage, maybe other non-chemical mechanical methods, they has to be integrated with the herbicide to develop a sustainable and long-lasting weed management system. So I think in this context, today's program have been meticulously prepared, and I hope that the deliberations by the learned lead speakers are going to benefit, especially for our scientific community as well as for the farmers. So once again, from the Directorate and from the FSII, I welcome Honorable Chair and the participant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone for today's meeting. We now move to the special addresses from our distinguished guests. Allow me to request Dr. Rajbir Singh, Assistant Director General Agronomy, AFCC ICAR, for a special address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to each one of you. Honorable Deputy Director General Resource Management, Dr. S.K. Chaudhary ji, and Chief Guest of this program, Dr. P.K. Singh ji, Agriculture Commissioner, Government of India, Dr. D.K. Yadav ji, ADG Seeds, Dr. J.S. Mishra, Director of Directorate of Wheat Research, Jabalpur, Sri Ajay Rana ji, and who is a chairman of FSII, distinguished colleagues, my respected teacher, Dr. R.K. Malik, Dr. N.T. Yaduraju ji, esteemed researchers, scientists, delegates from seed industry, delegates from pesticide industry, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is an excellent opportunity for all of us to be here on this brainstorming meeting on weed management in India and the emerging challenges and management strategies. Friends, my previous colleagues has talked about the role of weed in agriculture production. All we are aware that weeds put a great challenge for the agriculture production. Though weeds are also part of ecosystem, but when their population increase and when they compete with the crop, they become the unwanted plants, and that's why we call them as weed. They compete for soil nutrition, soil moisture, space, and sunlight. And the world of competition, you know, who thrives, only that will survive. So we have a tough competition with weeds, with the crops, and the competition should be in favor of agriculture crops so that we can harvest a plenty yield. As far as economics or some data is concerned, they put challenges up to 37% of losses created by all the pests, including diseases, including pests, including nematodes. So they are the major part of the pest ecosystem which put lot of challenges for the agriculture production. My colleagues told some figures, 28 lakhs crore rupees losses. And if we calculate it further, only we restrict to major 10 cropping system, the losses are as high as 90,000 crore rupees. The industry of herbicide is more than 40,000 crore rupees. And to your surprise, if I take the major crop, cereal crop, particularly rice and wheat, rice is having 45 million hectare in Kharif, almost 2 million hectare in winter rice in the country. Wheat around 33, 34 million hectares. And most of the weed control is concerned. Almost chemical weed control is the method which is being used throughout the country. So you can understand that what is the volume of pesticide or the herbicide being used in the system to control the weeds. Friends, if I go in the history, scientific weed control happened in India in 1950s. The 4 molecules, atrazine, 2,4-D, isoproteron, and alacalor. These are the 4 major herbicides which were used, and they dominated the whole herbicide industry for last 3-4 decades. Till when I was doing my PhD first time, the person who was behind that international conference, both are here, and they claim that yes, we are also having the resistance problem in the country, and first time it was reported in 93-94, that yes, Flaris minor is having resistance problem with the isoproteron, which was the most common herbicide used in the. Later on, the journey started with the resistance, ecosystem. Many herbicide molecules have got resistance with the Flaris minor. Now, why this is important that we involve the federation? Because seed is the main, factor which distribute the weeds in different regions of the country or even of the world also. Flaris minor accidentally introduced in India through Mexican seed of the wheat. And in a span of 3-4 decades, it make havoc, particularly in 90s decade, and where the control of Flaris minor was very tough, and farmers even left for the wheat crop, and they could go for other crop rotation so that we can control the seed bank of resistance weeds. So journey is going on. We are struggling. New molecules are coming in, but we have a total. I would say is a challenge which will happen as we will use the more newer molecules. Earlier it was the life for a newer molecule was 5 to 7 years, but now it has reduced to 2-3 years. 3-4 years continuous use, we got resistance for the new molecules also. So we have to have a strategy where we can control or where can we manage in such a way that resistance problem we can encounter in a better way compared to what we are facing today. Friends, when we are talking about the system, what is happening with the scientific input, it started with the AICRP in 1978. We have a system where we started the research. 89, we had NRC on weed science at Jabalpur, and later it was converted into Directorate of Wheat Research in 2014. And now this is the research center or a national research institute which has focused research for the weed management in the country. We have the major challenges in the form of indiscriminate use of herbicide and resulted into residual effect in our food system as well as the resistance development. The another important thing is that climate change is going to is now buzzword, and everybody is convinced that yes, climate change is being observed. Their impact is being observed every year. I'll not go in detail what are the impacted happened in last 3-4 years. But one thing is clear that weeds being the C4 plants, they have a better mechanism to adapt themselves with the elated level of CO2, elated level of temperature, compared to the crops or the field crops. So the future scenario of climate change also indicate that there will be a favor for the weeds, but disfavor or we can be a loser hand with the crop production system. So this is the point where we have major challenges, and next to the whole day we will be discussing those things. critically because we have two special sessions after this inaugural session, the mitigating the impact of crop productivity and the technology solutions for weed management. These are the two, technical sessions. We will be deliberating with the experts, with the scholars who are here present, and they will be discussing those things. The another point is, management of invasive weeds, aquatic weeds, and parasitic weeds, which are also challenging us in a very big way. Another accidentally, introduction of Parthenium. Now it's a part of the whole ecosystem in the country. We call it as Congress weed, in the sense that it has completely, covered all the no-cropped area as well as the cropped area. So these weeds has to be taken in separate, discussion during these two technical sessions. We have very good success stories with us, where biological control of wheat has proved very dynamic and very effective. And some of the success stories we have with us. But these things has to be replicated at larger area so that our water bodies can be, which are also facing a lot of problem with the aquatic weeds. So we have the lot of opportunity to take those things in that sense. The newer concept in the sense that we are working, and now the many farmers are adopting the conservation agriculture and futuristic agriculture. When we talk about regenerative agriculture and natural positive solutions are with us, we are working on them, and in coming time, those will be the futuristic agriculture tools with us, where we will be working with that. But again, in those cropping system also, those techniques also, maybe it conservation agriculture, maybe it regenerative agriculture, maybe it natural farming, we are having the problem of weeds again. Because where we want to reduce the load of pesticide on our food system, so we have to reduce the load of herbicides also in the country in such a way that we have to manage the weeds in such a way, in a practical way, where we can have a solution for them. Okay, Dr. I will stop here because we will be discussing it. Dr. P.K. Singh has to have another meeting. Please, I give you 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah.
2 minutes, Sajal, sir. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite our guest of honor, Dr. P.K. Singh.
There is urgent meeting, that's why it's not good to just interrupt someone and then come in the meeting. Okay, then I will make some dignitaries on the dais, and of the dais, all those who are now here for brainstorming. Yes, the new things are coming, because we know that in our industry, agrochemical industry, herbicides are the major players. More than 40% whatever pesticides are being sold are herbicides as of now. But still we need some very specific kind of things, and that there are issues. Say, on one hand, industry is demanding for use of glyphosate, label claim of glyphosate on cotton without HT also. But then how to go for that? There is a committee for that, and Dr. Saab is there in that. So they are discussing on that. Then why we are bringing HT cotton? If we can use glyphosate without HT, and then why we are bringing HTS? So such kind of issues are coming. Policy issues are there. So and many other things are coming up, like what is weed? In natural farming, they are saying that everything is vegetation. If it is on roadside, why it is called weed? But it is not competing with our crop, then why it is weed? So different issues will come in future also. I think newer challenges are coming for this industry, herbicide industry, and the crops coming. I visited with Ranaji in Chhattisgarh, and they were very enthusiastic. Farmers were very enthusiastic to adopt HT rice, and thousands came on that day only to just take 7 kg or 8 kgs of rice, whatever they are giving. So that is the kind of attraction for herbicide tolerance, and the problems the farmers are facing, like karga, that is wild rice and all those. So there is lot of need among the farmers to have such kind of varieties, such kind of weed control measures because of labor problem and other things. But then the interculture operations, which were earlier promoted for weed only, whether they had some positive effect on the crop yield or not, such things are also to be again relooked, because newer cultivation, organic farming, this natural farming, all those are then coming in the same way. We have now very good machines, interculture or implements, which can be used even in narrow lanes like that, and battery operated ones are coming, electric operated ones are coming. So can we have some integrated approach wherever mechanization can be there, a little bit of mechanization, little bit of this herbicides application, and then herbicide tolerant varieties, all those can be then mixed together. So I think I will take the proceedings from Ranaji in the evening, and then let us see how we can proceed. Whatever help is needed from government side, yes, we are here to help. Definitely our farmers should benefit. That's the aim of the government, that's the aim of the industry, and all of us. So thank you for giving me this urgent time. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, please. So Dr. P.K. Singh. Thank you, sir. A huge round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Dr. D.K. Yadava, Assistant Director General Seeds, ICAR, for a special address, please. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all. Honorable Chairman of this session, Dr. Chaudhary Saab, Honorable Deputy Director General Natural Resource Management. Our colleague Dr. P.K. Singh has left because of some urgency. Dr. Rajbir, Dr. Mishra, Dr. Rana, Raghavan, my teacher here, Dr. R.K. Malik, Dr. Yaduraju, Dr. Sadananda, Dr. Bhatt, and other colleagues from Madam Sasiwala I am seeing here, Dr. T.K. Das, and our senior colleagues from the industry, colleagues from the ICAR institutes, from the university. Thank you, Dr. Mishra and his team, for inviting me, and I also, on the behalf of the Crop Science Division, invite all of you, because the varietal development and management practices, they go side by side, and that is a very good, I think, time to discuss on the weed management issues as well as the challenges which we foresee and how to overcome those challenges to make the strategy. So though it is a small group, but I think very judiciously or intelligently selected people who have the specialization in this area of weed management as well as the crop improvement programs. So all of you are well aware, and my earlier colleagues, they have also pointed out that seeing the population rise, and we are, our Honorable Prime Minister, Government of India, they are targeting 1947, and this period is called as the Amrit Kal, and we are talking about the Atmanirbharta. So though we are self-sufficient in food grains, but still there are so many issues with the oilseeds and so many of the crops. And if we see the total scenario of climate change, which we are talking every time, that the untimely rains, the very ununiform, unusual rains, long drought spell, then degrading soil, degrading water, dwindling the various natural resources, and the increasing population. So these are some of the very important issues, and which are again added with the vagaries of the insect pest and the weeds, and the emerging insect pest and weeds due to the climate change. They are becoming very serious threat to our agriculture production system, and for which we definitely need to be, I think, ready to face these challenges in terms of the varietal improvement, in terms of the management practices, in terms of the your protection management. So all those issues needs to be addressed comprehensively, and for that I think this today's meeting is very important. We have made a very huge progress. When we see the 1950s, our food production condition, it was somewhere 50.8 million tons. Today we have surpassed 330 million tons, so that is more than 5.5 times enhancement that has taken place. So that is all because of the improved the varieties, the various production and protection technologies which our different groups they have given, and today we have achieved the target. But that will not serve the purpose, and definitely we need to target our 1947, keeping the increasing population and all the climate challenge and other the resources which we have talked. So on that direction we have to work, and weeds have been, I think, very detrimental in the crop production, which we all of you are well aware. We were taught at that time, Dr. Malik is here, about the how to control the weeds, that the preventive system, in that already we are taking care through the seed production system. Generally we have the standards in the seed production system for the various weed seeds, and we are following them judiciously so that we can prevent to disseminate of the weeds through the seeds particularly. And the other operations which we generally talk about, the cultural operations, they have been talked about, mechanical weed control, that is majority of the farmers they are doing. Then comes the biological weed control in some of the cases that is being done, and finally the chemical weed control, which is most predominant, and people are following that. So I was going through some figures that the out of the total imports of the agrochemicals in our country, which is about 40 million tons, 40,000 metric tons. Out of that, 15% is the weedicides which are being imported. So that is a huge quantity which we are importing. Means we are using the weedicide from since very long. In case of soybean, I think during last 2 decades, the weedicides are being used to control the weeds, and they are in place already. Some of the new developments which have happened, Dr. Rana has just mentioned. So we have developed the herbicide-tolerant rice, and that is all non-transgenic rice from IRI, as well as Dr. Rana's that organization, Savanna Seeds, they have also developed. They have been commercialized, and the weedicide imidazethapar that has also got the label claim through the CIBRC, and that is being practiced. And I think in the times to come, we have to think over this type of technology. In case of mechanical harvesting, you all are well aware, and my colleagues, Dr. Misra Saab, he has elaborated that what is the cost being incurred by the farmers on the weed control through the mechanical system. Generally, if we talk of the labor, and in case of cotton and other crops, we see that the mechanical weed management through the tractors, through the machinery is being done. But in that case, the crop is also disturbed to a larger extent, and within the row where we want to remove the weeds, so again that is a problem, and within the row, generally the weeds cannot be controlled through the various machineries which we are using. So in that direction, the herbicide is one of the good option, and I think the development of the herbicide-tolerant is one of the viable options in the times to come, and in some of the crops that has already been initiated. If we see in case of the breeding aspects regarding development of the herbicide-tolerant crops, the natural mutations that has been used since very beginning in the crop improvement programs, where herbicide-tolerant is also one of the trait to be improved, and that is being followed. The another new technologies which are coming are the your induced mutations. That is also one method. then the various breeding methods which are being used for development of herbicide-tolerant crops in the different varieties in different crops, they are already in place, and I think in some of the crops, whether it is through the transgenic route or through the non-transgenic route, so the work is already going on, and as far as the transgenic is concerned, so I think following all the country's regulations regarding the release of transgenic crops, so they are already being followed, and I think in the times to come that can be also a ray of hope that the farmers they can get in the times to come after following all the regulations which are in place in our country. Then we have the genome editing is another technology, I think, which is non-transgenic. As you all of you are well aware that the SDN1 and SDN2 of the transgenic, this GM technology, they are free from the Environmental Protection Act, and they are considered as the normal after following some of the regulations, the SOPs which have been developed. So following that, I think that is also another option. So I think the use of the technology, that can be the potential remedy to the control of the weeds. The other methodologies we have been using, the chemicals we have been using, but the selective chemicals with the tolerance in the crops also, so that the whatsoever the negative impacts or the some of the residual components which people generally talk about, they are not considered, and for that specific varieties and specific chemicals they are not developed, and as far as the molecules which Dr. Rajbir was just mentioning, so I think that also needs to be done. But for using these herbicide tolerants, whether it is in transgenic or non-transgenic, though in case of our country till now there is no transgenic crop available, particularly for herbicide tolerant, except cotton. We have one crop which we are using, the BT cotton, that also not the herbicide tolerance is still pending. So in that case, definitely we need to look about the good agriculture practices, and we need to develop the standard operating procedures, so that the people who generally talk about the mutation of the weeds, the super weeds and other things people are talking. So for that, definitely we need to be cautious for avoiding the overuse of the various chemicals, various herbicide tolerants. So that also needs to be done. And definitely the technologies are good. So we have to take care of the environment, the health of the soil, health of our fauna and flora, and the sustainability of any technology which is useful for the farmer, for increasing the income of the farmer. And in that case, definitely we'll have to go for the good agriculture practices, and the standard operating procedures will have to follow. And in that case, always judicious use of any pesticide can sustain, can go longer, and can be beneficial once we are going as per the standard operating procedures. So that we need to, I think, over that. And the other technologies which you are talking, whether it is GM or some new technologies, so definitely we have a very good regulation in our country. And once the regulation is, I think, we are addressing all the concerns of the regulators. So definitely those technologies in the times to come, they will be coming, and definitely they are actually the future for the sustainability of the agriculture, seeing the various climate changing other things, and the biosafety studies and all those things. I think they will be taken care of, and ultimately it will lead to the development of our ensuring the food and nutritional security of the country. So in this regard, I think this group will definitely be discussing all the aspects of the management of the weed control, whether it is through the various mechanization modes, various pesticides or the various herbicides which we are using, and the crop technology, varietal technology which have been talking. So we have made a, I think, very grand success in terms of the productivity in almost all the crops starting from 1950s, and if we talk for today. So definitely we need to address all those issues, and this group during the whole day discussion and very good lectures have been, I think, scheduled today. And through that discussion, a very good outcome and recommendations will be coming that will be of great use for the future policies and future way ahead. So thank you very much, and thanks to Dr. Mishra and his whole team for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we move forward, I would like to take a moment to thank all of you present here. And I would also like to inform that we are also live on YouTube. So any of your colleagues who are not able to join in person can watch us live at the Federation of Seed Industry of India YouTube channel. This program is now live on YouTube. Now we move forward to the release of our report titled Weeds, Impact on Indian Agriculture and its Mitigation Strategies. To release the report, I would also request Dr. N.T. Yaduraju, Mr. Rajveer Rathi, Professor Deepak Paintil and Mr. Ram Kondinya to join us on stage for the report release, please. I request all dignitaries on stage to kindly proceed with the release. Ladies and gentlemen, the report is now ready for you to read. It is available in the pen drive inside your folders. I would also request Dr. Malik to join us on stage for the report release, please. This is the weed management report. Impact on Indian agriculture and its mitigation strategies. You can take a read. It's available in the pen drives inside your folders. Let's have a round of applause, please. This is available in the pen drives inside your folders if you would like to take a read, please. Now, thank you to all the dignitaries. We now would like to offer a token of appreciation to our guests on the dais. May I please request Mr. Ajay Rana, Chairman of the Federation of Seed Industry of India, to offer a token of appreciation to Dr. J.S. Mishra, Director, ICAR, Directorate of Weed Research. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. May I please request Dr. J.S. Mishra to do the honors in welcoming our special guest, Dr. Rajveer Singh, Assistant Director, General Agronomy, AFNCC, ICAR, with a small token of appreciation, please. Thank you, sir. May I please request Mr. Ajay Rana to welcome Dr. D.K. Yadava, Assistant Director General Seeds, ICAR, with a small token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest, Dr. S.K. Chaudhary, Deputy Director General, NRM, ICAR. May I please request Mr. Raghavan Sampath Kumar to do the honors in welcoming our chief guest, Dr. S.K. Chaudhary, with a small token of appreciation, please. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries. This marks the official conclusion of our inaugural session. To conclude, I would like to invite Mr. Raghavan Sampath Kumar.
Dr. Chaudhary, chief guest.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. We are now honored to invite our chief guest, Dr. S.K. Chaudhary, Deputy Director General, NRM ICAR, to deliver his address. Over to you, sir.
मुझे तो बड़ी खुशी हो रही थी तो ये अपना सामान समेटा और भागे इधर से थैंक यू वेरी मच वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू एंड विश यू ऑल अ वेरी वेरी हैप्पी नवरात्रि माय colleagues on the dais, Dr. D.K. Yadav, Dr. Rajveer Singh, Dr. J. Mr. Raghavan, and the man who is sitting over here, Mr. Rana, who is responsible for bringing us together. We have very senior colleagues, Dr. Yaduraju, Dr. Malik Saab. Also, my senior colleagues from NRM division, Dr. BP Bhatt, Dr. Rakesh, colleagues from other ICAR institute, Dr. Mrs. Bala Madam, then Dr. Tapas. Also, we have colleagues from private industries and all the office bearer of FSII, the scientist colleagues. A lot has been already spoken. There is not much to speak today. I think if you look back to the weed management in this country, the history of weed management is as old as the history of farming in this country. The word weed, or in Hindi what we call kharpatwar, it went together with the farming of the crops, kheti or kisani. And these things have happened and it has grown, although we are saying that emerging challenges. This challenge was emerging in the past, emerging today, and it will continue emerging tomorrow as well. Over the period of time, situations will change, but challenge will remain as such. Growing crops without any competition with weeds is just a dream. Although several strategies are there, and we claim that each strategy is much robust than the previous strategy, but still there are loopholes. And there are weeds which have changed the whole landscapes, whole understanding of farming, and some weeds are there which have really made human being to think much beyond the borders to develop strategies for controlling weeds. This morning we were discussing with Dr. Malik, Phalaris minor is one such weed which has really changed the cultivation practices, the understanding of cultivation in entire Indo-Gangetic plains and wherever wheat is grown. And also it has brought new vistas in agriculture. Like if you talk of zero tillage, we are talking zero tillage because of Phalaris minor. To be very frank. And now that Phalaris minor and machines for that and employment generation behind that and the volume of business which is going on is a tremendous. And not only that, this kind of wisdom which is developed, they have developed very trained manpower in this country, and this trained manpower really contributed, flourished the institutions, and also they themselves grew to the highest academic heights. So this is one example, and this is true for so many things. So many weeds are there, and in this process, you retrospect 20 years back or 2 decades back. You imagine your villages where you are hailing from. That time, the use of herbicides was very little or very minimal. Laborers were available in the village itself. Now, because of so many developments, so many new schemes, so many opportunities of livelihood in rural areas, the availability of laborers has gone down. And this single factor has really contributed very significantly towards different vistas, different avenues for weed management in this country. Otherwise, herbicides, weedicides, we used to learn in our graduation days. But that time also, in our own farm, in our villages, we were not using any weedicide or any herbicides for killing the weeds. But now, if you go in a very small village, even a lot of money in our TSP and SCSP program is being poured for this particular aspect. And people, they are really fed up with the availability of laborers. So manual weeding is no more a solution. So people are looking for alternatives. And everywhere you will find that these alternatives are growing, flourishing well. Days will come, Dr. Praveen was speaking, that in future different challenges will emerge. Today we are talking something, this will be irrelevant tomorrow. and some new thing will emerge. That time people will be talking of use of robotics. Today we are talking of use of drone, but at time will reach when it will be very difficult to distinguish between the crop and weeds. So you will be requiring very fine level precision to differentiate at the early stage. That may not be possible with manual eyes or something. For that you will require some different kind of identification instruments, tools or techniques. And those things will emerge. That time the industry partners who are sitting here, different industry partners will be there, or different molecules will be there, or altogether different technique will be there, maybe after 100 years or 200 years. So a day will also come when out of the box thinking will pour through all the scientific wisdom and will be looking for different kind of solutions. Friends, now when agriculture is growing, the food production is crossing or touching 400 million tons mark. Horticulture production has already surpassed it. So producing roughly 1,000 million tons of food grains, horticultural production, forage and everything from 141 million hectares of land. Just think what is going to happen with the land resources and why climate change will not impact agriculture in future. So is true for all the arenas, all the dimensions of agriculture, and weed science is one. So climate will be impacting adversely and adversely. And this impact, if you want to mitigate, want to have some kind of strategies which will help us in adaptation, then probably the weed management is one area which requires a lot of insight and in-depth thinking. Chemical-based weed management or herbicide-based weed management, definitely in future also, even after 50, 60 years, this will be one of the way out. But when we'll be talking of moving from adaptation towards mitigation, because we cannot keep silent. For not a long time, we'll be talking of adaptation only. Agriculture sector will have to speak of the mitigation as well. And at that time, certainly some of the areas in agriculture side, and particularly the inputs, whether agriculture, the fertilizers or manures or pesticides, insecticides, weedicides, herbicides, all this will have a different kind of thinking. And when we're talking of mitigation and we have to achieve net zero emission by 2070, for that you need to equip right from now. And every year, the reduction in emission is to be computed from agriculture sector also. And for that, right from now, we need to act. Even today, we are silent on this aspect. Whenever big meetings are there, or whenever discussion happen in ITPS or IPCC, we just keep quiet and we say that Indian agriculture is talking of adaptation and we are not moving for mitigation. But this cushion, this liberty, shortly, maybe in next 5 to 6 years, will not be any more there. And Indian agriculture will also have to talk of the mitigation. And when we talk of mitigation, certainly very straightforward and clear-cut plans we need to have and in hands also. And discussions like this, where industry and academia join together, will have to pave a path for futuristic kind of policies, futuristic kind of decisions, which will really help agricultural sector as a whole. Now, if you want to make Indian agriculture chemical free, we are dreaming that. And some positive steps are happening on ground. We started with conservation agriculture. With conservation agriculture, we thought that it is going to be spread like a wildfire, but really it did not happen. And wherever we achieved the success was limited to irrigated ecology, number one. Secondly, success was limited to selected crops. And third, the success was limited to IGP mostly. Although in some other areas also, some here and there, some successful examples are there. But then retrospect, why this could not spread like a wildfire as we thought of? Why still we are restricted to limited agricultural production and limited ecologies? Similarly, we started with very, very positively, enthusiastically, we started the organic farming. And organic farming, when we started, we assumed that whole country shortly in next 5 or 6 years is going to be converted to organic agricultural country. Probably our thinking was not correct, and we presumed that the country of millions and billions of people will easily survive on organically produced food. Therefore, in the beginning, some kind of foolishness we did. I use the word foolishness. I don't use the word mistake, because we really failed. Being a PhD qualified community, ourselves, the scientific community, we failed to sensitize people on this policy that just find out the selected patches in this country and selective crops, niche area and niche commodities where organic farming can be promoted. But we failed in that. And wherever organic farming came, the second question came, what about the weed management in organic farming? In conservation agriculture, some of the farm very successfully we have demonstrated, like our institute in Jabalpur. Whole institute was converted to conservation agriculture farm, and very sound alternatives for weed management we have demonstrated. But those things were limited to our research farm only. It never spread 1 kilometer from our farm. Same is true for organic farming. Now, organic farming, where organic inputs we are giving, and when we give organic inputs, it equally provides an opportunity for better competition for weeds as well. And we do not have very sound alternative for weed management in organic farming. Although subsequently we came up, but ये सारी चीज़ें पहले अगर होती और उसके बाद हम शुरू करते तो फिर समझ में आती बात. So पहले तो आग लगा दो, फिर पानी की खोज करो, फिर आग बुझाने का काम करो. हमारा जो अप्रोच है ना, इसमें थोड़ी सी चेंज की ज़रूरत है. And now suddenly we started speaking of natural farming. Although there are so many pluses, so many positives of natural farming, but still same question will arise tomorrow. Some sound alternatives are available, but still those alternatives are to be tested on ground, to be validated in different agroecosystems, and come up with the very sound package of practices for controlling weeds in natural farming. I say that it's possible to go for control of such weeds through the way it is prescribed in natural farming practices. But again, if you start for whole country, probably failure is very close. So we need to be very, very wise, very careful, and every step which we take in this line should be taken very carefully. And globally, we started speaking of a regenerative agriculture now. And without understanding what is the regenerative agriculture, simply we are using the connotation. It looks very good when you attend the ASRB interview or any big interview. That time it looks very good. But when somebody asks you to really define the regenerative agriculture and what is that component which regenerates and what you want to regenerate from where and for what, you do not have any answer for that. When we say organic farming, natural farming, people still come confused. What is the difference? Both are cow-based cultivation. Weed management is equal challenge both. But what is difference then? There are scientific and complete answers for this, but from our scientific mind, we sometimes fail to analyze and synthesize the things in correct perspective. When you apply anything as an external input, certainly it has some pathways inside the soil. When it interacts with the environment or atmosphere, some kind of transformations take place, and in that transformation, there are several outputs which are coming out, and gases emission is one. But other than that also, so many things happen. So the farming which you are prescribing for betterment of Indian agriculture may lead to excess emission of gases. The farming which you are prescribing as a state-of-art farming of future may have futuristic kind of problems. So many problems. So such kind of dialogues, sitting together, discussions, although we are discussing in present day context, but discussion in present day context and coming up very sound output is really the requirement of time. Seed is one commodity where there are maximum chances of spreading weeds in ground. And this has happened. The major weeds which we are talking about, they came along with seeds. So seed sector to be very, very vigilant, very much aware, and very, very entrepreneuring and zealful to take up the challenges in weed science areas. Not very frequent dialogues take place of this kind, and it is nice that our institute at Jabalpur and FSII, they thought that it is appropriate and apt to have such kind of discussion together. And I know, I personally, I know so many people who are sitting over here and they are expert in the area of weed management. Definitely your discussion and whole day deliberation will certainly lead to very crystal clear recommendations and some way forward so that we can move jointly together. My request to all of you would be, don't limit your discussion to the just seed and weed spread and all these things, but also expand the dimensions to the level of climate change, its impact on wheat and wheat spread, and the impact on seed management in the country. Secondly, also think of the modern day and new tools technique, government's priority of spreading through natural farming or organic farming or conservation agriculture. What could be some way out, some alternatives? And these 7-8 recommendations which will be coming from you will not only help industry, but it will greatly to the scientific community to restructure their scientific programs or research programs for future. And many times our community, means scientific community, our understanding is limited to a focused area. This is our limitation. Because we are also human beings, we are not something magical kind of personalities. So our thinking is limited because we are working in a certain area and our thinking is limited to that area only. But this kind of discussions with private industry, sometimes discussions with the farmers, some kind of discussions with the other people who are indirectly involved in farming, like laborers and all, some idea may click, and based on that we may start some new research areas. Very recently our QRT held, Dr. Malik was a chairman of our QRT on weed management, where they have discussed so many things. I have gone through the report and wonderful recommendations I could see. Now new arenas are opened. Now taking advantage of unmanned aerial vehicle, essentially drones at present. Also diversifying in some areas where modern technologies, means spectrum-based or spectral technologies or identification of weeds through some kind of imageries and all, there is a possibility that we may do some much better work in future. And as a scientific community, it is the responsibility of ICAR, SAUs to work together and come up with some good solutions. And as an industry, it's the responsibility of our industry partners to take up those solutions to the commercial level and provide the solutions to the farmer. I hope this simple but logical way of working together will prevail and it will pave a path of very good agriculture in future. All the very best for today's brainstorming session, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. I'm sorry that our DG, who was supposed to be chairing this event today, could not be here because of his some personal losses, and therefore I took this responsibility as a chair. And thank you for everything which you are doing, and all the very best for very good discussions, deliberation, and future works together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. To conclude the inaugural session, I invite Mr. Raghavan Sampath Kumar, Executive Director at the Federation of Seed Industry of India, to deliver the vote of thanks, please. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to everyone, dignitaries on the dais and participants of the dais, people who are watching this program online as well. From the organizers, I also take the liberty to include our DWR colleagues as well, to first of all thank our chief guest for opening up our thought process into or introducing us to a wider range of dimensions that are to be discussed today. So it's just not just control of weeds, but also to ensure that we have a safe environment, a sustainable agricultural production in this country. Now, before it is actually not a vote of thanks, but I would say a few words before I thank all those people. This is the era of technologies going through a line of fire again, and we are now banking on science, but there are always, I would say, voices we equate to weeds to counter that. So just like sky, science is science, sky is sky. There is no public sector sky or private sector sky. Science is science. Now, in an era, there was an era where private sector used to be targeted. Now, public sector isn't spared. So science is science, whether it is from public sector or private sector, just like sky. So we have to stand up for science, and that is our core message today. The entire deliberations today happening will be on science. And for those who are looking for anything else beyond science, we might have an answer today which needs to be strengthened by our collective voice. So before I, in fact, go to thank all the people, let's take a stand to stand up for science. So that's the message, key message. And let the darkness of false propaganda be beaten by or won by the light of science. Now, I thank, first of all, the DWR and the ICAR team, the DDG, NRM, Dr. Chowdhury Saab, Dr. DK Yadava, Dr. Mishra, and all the people who are taking this idea of coming together. And that's the first step, and that we have achieved. And we are going to work together in future with the help of science for the betterment of the industry and ultimately the farmers. Now, I also need to thank all the ICAR system, the scientists, the speakers, the experts who are going to deliberate on key topics about weed management, and particularly our leadership in FSII, our board members, our chairman, vice chairman, everybody, and also my A-team at the superb team at the Secretariat, which put together a lot of efforts, along with the team from Dr. Mishra ji. So this is the first step that we are coming together, and I'm thankful that we are able to achieve this feat. And let us continue and have similar dialogues quite frequently in future as well. And thanks everyone for sparing your valuable time in this festival period for coming over here and taking part in this discussion. Thank you, one and all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll now take a moment for a group picture of the inaugural session. May I request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward for a group picture. I would also request people sitting at all the participants to kindly join us for a group picture, please. There's only one mantra. If you can see the camera can see you. So please stand accordingly and make sure you are able to see the camera. We'll now break for a short tea break. We shall be back in the next 25 minutes. Request you to please join us here. The tea and coffee arrangements are downstairs, just near the registration desk. We shall be back in the next 25 minutes. Activity and sustainability. I would like to introduce our session chair, Dr. N.T. Yaduraju, and co-chair, Dr. T.K. Das from ICAR IARI, who will lead us through this insightful session. The rapporteur for this session is Dr. Archana Anokhe, scientist from ICAR DWR, requesting our session chair, co-chair, and rapporteur to kindly grace their presence on the dais, please.
Thank you, everybody, and welcome back. And we had an excellent start in the morning, and happy to know that people are expressing interest with weeds and weed management. I think I must compliment DWR and also the FSII for having this joint meeting. And I think it's the first time that the seed sector is involved directly. And I think it underlines the importance of weeds and the opportunities for increasing productivity through better weed management. So I will not take much time because it's already running late by about 10 minutes. And I would like to, of course, you know about Dr. T.K. Das. He is the professor of agronomy at IARI. And I always mention that he was my first student in MSc and first student in PhD. So it's nice to share the dais with him. And of course, rapporteur is our scientist from DWR Jabalpur. And in this session, we have got 5 presentations. And the second presentation by Dr. Moolchand, unfortunately, Dr. Moolchand is not here. And in his place, okay, I'm sorry. So, to you, madam.
Hi, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for the introduction. Allow me to take this opportunity to invite Dr. J.S. Mishra to do the honors in welcoming our session chair, co-chair, and rapporteur with flowers. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir. Now the stage is all yours, sir. Now I hand over the mic to our session chair, Dr. N.T. Yaduraju, to take the session forward.
Thank you, ma'am. So I think I'll continue with what I was telling earlier. And we had an excellent start and it's a good beginning. And I was very happy to know that FSII will be interested in holding regular meetings with the other weed scientists. I think it's the first time that the weed scientists are meeting up with the seed sector people. And we used to meet with the industry people from the herbicide industry. And I think the first time that we are doing it, and I think we are in the right direction. So I was talking about the presentations. There are 5 presentations, and each one is for about 15 minutes of duration. And I would request all the speakers to please stick to the time. And of course, 15 minutes is a very short time. And I am the speaker in the next session. I'm already feeling nervous how to make the presentation in the short time. But all said and done, I think we have to stick to the time and finish the presentation in 15 minutes. And after all the presentations are over, there is a 15-minute open discussion slot is there. So if you have any questions, please reserve it. We can shoot it at that time. So in the second presentation, Dr. Moolchand is not here. And in his place, Dr. T.K. Das will be making a brief presentation on weed management in conservation agriculture. And we know about the importance of conservation agriculture, and that, I think, will be a very interesting presentation by Dr. Das, and he has been working in this field for a number of years. So without much ado, I would like to request Dr. J.S. Mishra, and again, we will not go into the detailed introduction of the speaker, because we all know most of the speakers here, and Dr. Mishra is heading the Directorate of Weed Research at Jabalpur, and without much introduction, I would now call upon Dr. Mishra to make a presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. Respected chair, co-chair, reporters, among the delegates, the most respected Dr. A.K. Singh Saab, former director, IRI, and all colleagues from the industry and fellow participants. I will start from my talk, the impact of weeds on crop productivity and environment. Just I will start with few quotes. When I was a student at Acharya Narendra Agriculture University, so there was a tagline of the university, still it is there, that Annam hi jivanam jestham, means whatever food, what we call that is for life, it is the very precious, because without there is no any life. We cannot think for a life. And we can see that if you go in Manu Smriti, as I was talking about in the inaugural session, why this seed industry and Directorate of Wheat come together. So there is a saying that Subijam suchetre jayate sampada ayate, means where a good seed means quality seeds. So apart from other parameters of quality, beet seeds, objectionable beet seeds. So that should be free from beet seeds, and that too in good soil. So in addition to all soil health parameters, our soil should be free from beet seeds, because we know that more than 90% beets which are coming in the current crop, they used to come from the soil seed bank itself. Very rare seeds come from here and there from the outside. So this is what, if both are in a healthy, good seed and soil is free from weeds, so I think that is going to create a great wealth. And even in Rig Veda also, the need for good Bible seed for prosperity of human race. So this is what our Vedas, our Manu Smrita has already emphasized, the importance of beets, quality seed of crops, and our directorate, our tagline is bead knowledge to benefits everyone. So that's why every sphere of life, whether it is farmers or social worker or city or aquatic system, any system you take about, beats are always there. They cannot be separated. As in the morning, our Honorable Chair and DDG NRM said that they will remain a challenge. So that's why when we talk about how to manage beats, it is very important to have the knowledge of individual bees, that is bead biology, bead ecology, and so on. We all know that we started after independence, we were from begging bowls. And now we are self-sufficient, we are producing more, and we are exporting some of the crops, food materials, and other things. And we have become the number 1 and number 2 in most of the commodities. But we also know that at the same time, we are also number 1 now, surpassing the China in population growth. So we have to keep pace with food production and population growth. So most important thing, and that too under changing climate scenario, whether we are, whatever technologies we are developing, how to make it more sustainable to cope up with the future requirements. So still there are sustainability issues like agricultural sustainability, because we all know declining soil health, crop residue management. Residue is a big problem after combined harvest. Then earlier there were 2 crops or single crops, so a lot of time was there in between. But now 300% cropping industry, even some places 400. So there is very little time to for these crop residue management. Labor shortage in the morning we have discussed in LAL, and multiple nutrient deficiencies, crop responses are declining, and this ultimately lead to lower farmers' income. So these are some of the important agricultural issues, and simultaneously ecological issues, because of the erratic rainfall, every part of the country the groundwater is declining. Groundwater pollution, heavy metal pollution is also one of the important aspects. And diverse pest population. Here I will restrict myself to beets, diverse beet flora, because of the climate change, because of the new management practices, because of the herbicide resistance. So a lot of beet flora shift is there, and outbreak of insect, pest and disease. New type of insects, pest, say you can take the example of fall armyworm or sometime locust problems. So these are some of the outbreaks. And finally the climatic issue, global warming, environmental pollution. So how to sustain our productivity and food grain production under these challenging issues? So that is one aspect. So if beets, you see the current population, our population is around 1,454 million, and is expected to reach 1,663 million by 2047. Why 2047 means we call it Amrit Kal of the India. So to feed this population, we need around 520 million metric tons, because today's our production is around 330 million metric tons. So assuming, because just in the next slide I will narrate, globally actual yield loss, because farmers are not leaving their field to the mercy of God. They are practicing some kind of bead management depending upon their income and their resources availability. So still at farmers' field, actual field condition, there are 10 to 12% losses. Of course, potential losses may be more than 30%. But even 10% losses can be minimized by this bead management technology. So ultimately at present production rate, we can have at least around 30 million metric tons addition to our food basket. And even if we can by half, say 5%, if we are able to do by bead management, so at least 16.5 million metric tons can be added easily. We all know that beads are omnipresent. Every sphere of life, beads are there. So similarly in agriculture, they compete for the resources in terms of nutrients, water, light. There are some toxic beads. Their roots, their secondary metabolites produce allelochemicals. They also act as an alternate host for insect, pests, pathogens, nematodes. Then, as I said in the morning, they are the many toxic weeds like Parthenium, Lantana, Ageratum, they are detrimental to human health, animal health, and biodiversity. Invasive weeds, wherever they are there, Micania, Lantana, Parthenium, they are actually main hindrance for the local grasses, local biodiversity. So just I was talking about, if you see the global yield losses due to weeds from 6 major crops, so we can see that the last, first column before last one, the actual yield losses in almost these 6 major crops globally, it comes around almost 9 to 10% actual yield loss. But when it is total pest loss, almost 33%. So even if we are able to manage by any means, at least the actual yield loss, that 10% we are going to add a lot of food grain in our food basket. Similarly, I was talking about the objectionable weeds. Although I have given the very few weed list in few crops, so there is a huge list like wild rice, in rice. So that's why our HT technology, non-transgenic Herbicide-tolerant technology is very effective for the management of wild rice, BD rice. Similarly, in wheat, mustard, because they have the mimicry, seed mimicry is there, very difficult to separate the beet seed from the crop seed. So a lot of our export material which are going outside as a seed purpose is going to be rejected because of these objectionable weeds. If we talk about in India among different pests, weeds are number one. Of course, sometimes farmers don't realize because they don't see that how weeds are eating the resources. They give more focus on the insect and diseases because they see it regularly. But at the final end, at the end of the season, weeds cause more than 33%, followed by the insect, pest and other diseases. We have estimated at our Directorate, in 10 crops, more than 1,600 demonstrations from different parts of the country. Weeds causes actual yield losses from 13% to 36%. And when it comes to the economic yield loss, it is more than 70,000 crores annually. That is for only 10 crops. Of course, it is a 8 years back data. If you calculate in all crops, all ecology, all systems, it may be many folds higher. Similarly, how this yield reduction comes because of the competition for resources. We have estimated that in different crops, bees drains huge amount of nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, secondary nutrients, depending upon the infestation. And this is very precise farmer's input. If we can manage the wheat, at least the cost of nutrients can be reduced. Similarly, they also compete for the water. In most of the beets, the transpiration ratio to produce 1 gram of biomass, they use huge quantity of water. So wherever, especially when we talk about in dryland situations where moisture is a limiting factor, beet management is very important. Otherwise, we cannot expect. Even you can see the crop where beets are the sorghum, my own experiment, where crop is free from beet, it is almost a good healthy crop. But where beets are there, the drying symptoms are there. Beets also act as an alternate host, as we said in the morning. It is only few example, just like Parthenium as a papaya mealybug. Similarly, it's our own trial under CIMIT at Patna. The grassy beets in rice wheat system, after 5-6 years in direct seeded rice, the rice mealybug has become a major problem in the grasses, the leftover grassy beets. And it has completely devastated the direct seeded rice. So after 6 years, we plowed down it and we went for the transplanting for 2 years, then again came back to direct seeded rice. Similarly, there is a long list how the beets can act as a alternate host for plant pathogens, which ultimately creates diseases in different crops, and different plant pathogens are listed and different diseases are listed. Similarly, this is also important that beets act as an alternate host for different beets, like parasitic beets. Normally we say that we should change the crop rotation. Say this is the example of Kaskuta. Because if host crop is not there, Kaskuta will emerge and die. But if such type of beads are there, then Kaskuta will go attach those beads and bead seeds will be there for the next season also. So such type of beads are also necessary to be controlled because they act as an alternate host. Invasive weed is also a big havoc for the biodiversity. And a recent study in 2023 established that 22% of natural habitats across the 20 Indian states have the potential to reach up to 66% of the green areas in India. And out of 11 invasive weeds, Lantana camara has been evaluated as the most invasive species, covering around 50% of the entire country's forest ecology. And they have calculated the cost that even a one-time pop management of invasive weeds, it will incur around $13.5 billion. So you can see the scenario of weeds on the when we thought about the management of these weeds. Similarly, the other system, aquatic scenario, because in India, if you go the eastern ecology or any ecology, aquatic bodies are there, aquatic ponds are there, rivers are there, and the number one weed is water hyacinth. Every aquatic system is infested, and a lot of municipal corporations are coming to clean up the water hyacinth. They have a huge potential to transpire the water, even up to 13%, 13 times higher. They can reduce the water flow, you all know. And another weed like Salvinia, it has coming in a big way in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra. Of course, we have the successful biocontrol technology, but they are also affecting the biodiversity of the aquatic environment, the fish culture activity, the aquatic crops like macana, water chestnut. So all these are need to be managed because weeds are also there to harm these crops. Then invasive weeds on human health and animal health. We all know Parthenium has become a number one weed, and a study report says that 70% skin allergy because of the Parthenium, 22% asthma because of the pollen of the Parthenium flower, and 8% fever. So if you move inside the Parthenium infested area, some itching, of course it may not be hold good for all type of person, but some sensitive persons, they have it, and some type of skin, and even for the animals, their hairs will drop up. So as I said in the morning, that although weeds are there, and they are harming to our natural ecosystem, crops, but there are weeds which still have their importance. So like weeds as a source of phytoremediation of polluted water. So all these aquatic weeds like water hyacinth, typha, because of their heavy root system, they are absorber of heavy metals from the polluted water. So they can be used as a phytoremediation agents. Other uses vermicomposting before setting up the seeds. So we can cut them or uproot them, and we can use for the vermicompost, because we have evaluated that even the vermicompost prepared from Parthenium has double quantity of nutrients compared to FYM. Similarly, as a source of genetic material, when we talk about to improve our crop varieties for biotic and abiotic stress resistant, so I think weeds are the best to search for this genetic diversity. Then as a pollinator, because bees, as in the biodiversity, a lot of honeybees and others are there. Then Ayurvedic medicine, soil binders, because of their strong root system, if you manage the bees in the slopy areas or erodible lands, so bees are also there. And of course, they can be used as a fuel, fodder. Many areas still bees are being...
A few more minutes, please.
That's fine. That's the last one. So finally, I can conclude here just saying that, you see that in beginning when I say, our DDG in the morning also said, that in beginning there were no weeds. This means that even though plants have accepted a long time, beets didn't exist before the humankind, because it is the human ability to judge and select among the various species of the plant kingdom. So we found out, selected the best for our utilization, we said crops and others remains beets. So beets are the most costly category, as we all say. So there is a need to manage them. But as I said, that they have also played a significant role in managing and maintaining the biodiversity, supporting variety of species, and providing ecosystem services. So therefore, it is not possible to eliminate the beets completely. Rather, we have to live with beets. Therefore, an integrated ecological approach of beet management is required for sustainable crop production and keep the beets under check. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for excellent presentation. I'm happy that you could stick to your time and very nicely, explained the impact of weeds on agriculture and environment and ecology, and why weeds should be controlled for increasing the productivity and realizing the full potential of the seed. Thank you for your presentation, and questions will be taken up later. Thank you. So now I think we will call upon Dr. A.K. Singh for his presentation on herbicide-tolerant crops and weed management with special reference to direct-seeded rice. I'm sure that Dr. A.K. Singh doesn't require any introduction. He's a well-known plant breeder, and many of the varieties, in rice varieties particularly, are leading the cultivation in many parts of the country. And of course, he shot into fame with the release of herbicide-tolerant Pusa varieties in the presence of Honorable Prime Minister a couple of years back. So I think with this introduction, may I call upon Dr. A.K. Singh to make a presentation, please?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair and Co-Chair and distinguished participants. I'm going to briefly talk about the herbicide-tolerant rice varieties which we have developed recently and how they are doing on farmers' field and how we plan to move forward in taking this technology in promoting the direct-seeded rice. So as you know that there are great benefits of direct-seeded rice, including one, saving of labor. Almost it takes 4,500 rupees per acre for transplanting that you save. Two, you have saving of water about 35 to 40%. And third most important factor is reduction in greenhouse gas emission, plus several other advantages. But the major challenge is, in spite of so many benefits of this, and also because of several promotional avenues by different state governments. For example, Haryana has given incentive of 4,000 rupees for shifting from transplanted paddy to direct-seeded rice. And if you are shifting from rice to another crop, 7,000 rupees. This season, they have added 1,000 rupees per acre more. But in spite of these incentives, why the direct-seeded rice has not picked up in a big way? What are the challenges? And the major challenges that lie, number one, is the weed. The effective weed management has been a major challenge in case of direct-seeded rice. We anticipate in times to come, as the area under direct-seeded rice increases, we are going to have the problems of nematodes, particularly root knot nematodes that needs to be addressed, iron deficiency, poor plant stand, needs special kinds of mechanization for taking up sowing operations. And farmers are doing a lot of innovations. I was amazed when I was visiting a lot of farmers. One farmer in Sirsa has come out with a seed drill called BBC. It's not British Broadcasting Corporation, but Baba Vidhichand Company. And he has devised the machine in such a manner that it not only maintains the row-to-row spacing, but also maintains plant-to-plant spacing. And it drops about 4 to 5 seeds at one place after a gap of 15 centimeter. So that if you look at the crop, you find it is just like line transplanted crop with perfect spacing. Then another major challenge is a very short window for taking up sowing operations for direct-seeded rice, which starts from around 25th of May, and before 20th of June, it has to be finished. If we don't do that, then with the onset of rains, we get into problems. And therefore, it is very important that at a national program and mapping the areas for direct seeded rice is undertaken, because all areas are not suitable for direct seeded rice. We need to look into the soil type, the water type, and the other factors which promote direct seeded rice. That kind of mapping needs to be done. And of course, the pest and disease management and also nutrient management. These are areas that needs research, where I think all group of scientists need to join hands together. Microbiome, for example, from transplanted condition, when you change to direct seeded rice, the microbiome is going to completely get altered. And how we can harness the power of microbiome in direct seeded rice is another researchable challenge that we need to take forward. Now, Dr. Misra mentioned an excellent study has been conducted by his institute that the annual losses caused by weeds in India based on experimentation is close to $11 billion US, which is huge actually. And as a matter of fact, this study was very, very useful when we were taking up the case with the Supreme Court, and I had to do a briefing with the Attorney General. My colleague from Ministry of Environment and Forest is here. We had a difficult time to explain like how important weeds are and how important herbicide-tolerant crops are, whether GM or non-GM. They are equally important, and this should not be left out, as a matter of fact. So this is the fact. And having said that, we are losing $11 billion annually because of weeds. And if you look at the consumption pattern of different pesticides, globally, if you see, the weeds constitute about 49% of total pesticides. While in India, the share of herbicide is only 15%, while global share of herbicide is 49%. So one side we are losing so much, and still our use efficiency of herbicide is very low. Of course, there can be a factor that the other countries, we have HT crops, and because of that herbicide uses have increased. But I think bringing herbicide tolerance crop can bring more efficiency in weedicide use and herbicide use. That point has to be always kept in center. The global market of herbicide is likely to grow. I have not completed my time. I think I put it wrong. So global market of herbicide is going to grow by 2029 to $55 billion US, while in India it is likely to grow to $558 million US from current level of $361 million US. But for direct seeded rice, there are special efforts required. The first most important challenging job for plant breeder is to breed varieties which are suited for direct seeded rice. So developing rice varieties which are suited for dry DSR in particular, and that would require characters like herbicide tolerance, root system architecture, resistance to Bacane. And one good observation is that all the farmers who are doing direct seeded rice, the incidence of Bacane is much lower, as a matter of fact. Direct seeded rice as such is acting as a controlling agent for Bacane. Under transplanted condition, Bacane incidence. Bacane is caused by Gibberella fusicori, a fungus that produces gibberellic acid, and because of that, these plants grow tall, and finally they dry up. The incidence in all basmati varieties is up to 25%, and farmers are really worried about it. So in DSR, Bacane incidence is much less, and the reason is very simple. When we do transplanting, we uproot nursery, and during uprooting, roots break, and because of that, the fungus gets agitated, it spreads more. While in case of DSR, we are just sowing, and then after that, there is no disturbance to root zone happening. So this is a very good observation. Blast again, because it would be a similar situation like that of Renfed, and therefore the incorporating blast-resistant genes will be a very important requirement. Root knot nematode resistance, drought resistance. If we can bring in drought-tolerant gene into these varieties for DSR, DSR as such save waters, but bringing drought QTLs can help further reduction of water requirement in these varieties, and that's what we have done in some of our basmati varieties. We have brought QTL 1.1 for drought tolerance from Nagina 22, and in Pusa basmati 1 background that's doing extremely well. Then anaerobic germination, sometimes after sowing, if there is a rain and flooding happens for a few days, anaerobic germination is another important character that needs to be taken into account for breeding varieties for dry DSR. So in this context, we have made some progress through Department of Biotechnology funded project. 2008 it started, and it was a network project with multiple partners. We identified a mutant for herbicide tolerance. The mutant is in the gene ALS, acetolactate synthase. And this gene is involved in synthesis of branch chain amino acid, leucine, isoleucine, and valine. And if you mutate the gene, herbicide binding site of the gene, then you get the plants that are resistant. So we transfer this gene through marker-assisted backcross breeding to 2 varieties of basmati rice, Pusa basmati 1121 to develop Pusa basmati 1979, and into Pusa basmati 1509, a short duration variety to develop Pusa basmati 1985. So what you see below picture is of Pusa basmati 1121. In the middle, what you see is 1121, 1121, which is sprayed with imidazolpyr after 18 to 20 days after seeding. But on the on your left, if you see, is herbicide-tolerant version, which is also sprayed with herbicide, but nothing happens to crop. On your right-hand side is the 1121 original, which is unsprayed, but hand weeding is done. And you can see both are reconstituted exactly identical because they are isogenic lines. Likewise, in the background of Pusa basmati 1509, also we have transferred the gene, and this variety is also doing extremely well. So last season, after all the process that was followed, and our friend Dr. Ajay Rana is here. His company has done excellent work also in coming out with independent herbicide-tolerant mutant, which they have deployed in their proprietary material. And we together could put the data and convince the government to have expansion of label claim for this herbicide imidazolpyr for use on rice. And finally, on 25th of May last season, this season itself, we could get a clearance. So this season we have gone and wigway on the farmer's field with this material. And we had taken seed production, and you can see after applying the herbicide imidazolpyr, the field looks absolutely clean. You can't find any weed anywhere. Seed production was taken. And then we have supplied the seed to a large number of farmers. And starting from 27th of September and to 30th of September, 3 days, I was traveling in Sirsa, Fatehabad, Rania, Ratia, Nagoki village, Santnagar village. Almost 3 days I stayed at farmer's home, and we spent sufficient time, almost 600-700 kilometers journey, to see all these farmers who had taken seed and how the varieties are doing. I had some very good videos, in fact, but unfortunately the system did not work. But what the field I am standing is the field in a village is called Mallewal in Sirsa districts. And there we have grown this variety, Pusa basmati 1979. It was planted in 10 acres, and you can see the crop stand, the height, and the geometry. Excellent crop I could see. On the right-hand side in Santnagar village is Pusa basmati 1985. Again, excellent crop. You can see here, again standing in the field of Pusa basmati 1985 on farmer's field in Santnagar village. This is shown by machine, and you can see the straight lines is maintaining the perfect row to row and also plant to plant distance. The crop stand is very good, effective weed control. In fact, this farmer, Budh Singh in this village, had also done an innovation. He took seeds for 2 acres. He takes about 8 kilograms of seeds we are recommending for 1 acre by direct seeding. He had taken 2 acres. For 1 acre, he was not convinced that if by spraying herbicide, rice plants can die, what I am taking from here may also die. So in 1 acre, he did not spray herbicide, and he thinking that he will be able to save some seeds he will get if the other ones dies. The second field, he sprayed herbicide imidazolpyr. And when I visited his field, I have the video, but it didn't work. Last season, he had grown PR126 in that field. And there were at least 30 to 40% volunteer plants of PR126 in the field of this variety, 1985. All they had come up, and the grains were bold, as you can see. It's very different. And he was very happy. He was more worried for the volunteer plants in direct seeded rice, particularly in the case of basmati, which is a cash crop for the farmers. You can imagine in this area where I travel, the land lease cost for 1 year is 91,000 rupees. 91,000 rupees land lease cost for 1 year. I had heard of in Panipat other areas 50,000, 60,000, 65, but never 91,000. This area is giving 91,000. Their average yield from this direct seeded rice plot is coming 33 quintals, 32 to 33 quintals per acre. So excellent performance, and the farmers are very happy. In fact, these farmers demanded that this trait should be transferred as early as possible in other varieties, because in that area, the most widely grown variety today is Pusa Basmati 1401. And there is a belt called Ghaggar belt, which is about 100 kilometers from Fatehabad to Hanumangarh. On both sides, about 10 kilometers of Ghaggar river. It is irrigated with Ghaggar water, highly productive area. And there 1401 is grown, and they are having problem in managing weed. So they wanted that if we can immediately do this for 1401, I said, all right, we are working on it, and soon we will have that solution. So, oh, it is working, but it doesn't have audio, right? It doesn't have audio. So it was interaction, and young boys and girls, from the farmers' family, they came in the field. It is very important to educate people, because this is one of the major challenges, to educate people. Educate the educated people is a major challenge than educating the people who are not so educated. So this is coming as a major challenge, and both varieties have done extremely well. This was another video which is not working, I think. So yeah, so this was a conversation, and you can see in the background, this was the plot where farmer did not spray the herbicide imidazolpyr. And in this plot, he has got all volunteer plants. You can see up, down in the field. Clearly you can visualize. And then I asked them to move out to the next field, which they will do shortly. They will move to the next field, which was sprayed with herbicide. Just have some patience. You will see when they move out to the next field, and you can see the kind of uniformity. You can even see the rows, straight rows, which are taken up by seed drill sowing. And this crop was all undulated because of the volunteer plants which have come up in this field. Just 1 minute. Oh, yes, sure. I will do that. Okay, I think I will move forward. How to go to the next slide? Okay. Now, having said that, this is an outstanding technology. Absolutely, there is no problem. People thought it's going to be a major challenge, but the way we see these varieties performing on the farmer's field, obviously we have to do this exercise, which area we should go, which area we should not go. That kind of mapping has to be done. But the major challenge, you see, while this has been appreciated widely at all levels, all the newspapers, Indian Express, Financial Express, Times of India, Hindustan Times, but the major challenge that we are facing is with the other group of people, where notice to Union Minister over herbicide-tolerant varieties of rice. Herbicide-tolerant basmati not farmer-friendly. ICAR's herbicide-tolerant rice is not farmer-friendly and is a threat to national food security. New herbicide-tolerant rice varieties could damage biodiversity and food security. Now, this is one of the major challenges that collectively we have to address. Our major problem is that we don't speak. We don't speak, and we don't speak so well as other people speak. So many letters are coming, so many letters are written at all levels. And Ram is sitting here. He knows what kind of problem we are going through. But unless we come out and start speaking about it, talking to public, and this is, of course, this is not even GM. This is a non-GM herbicide-tolerant variety. It's a mutant. So for that also there is so much of opposition. And if that is the kind of situation, why the permission has not been taken from Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee? When there is no genetic engineering involved, why there is permission required from Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee? So those are the kinds of myths that are persisting, and that we need to really work on that. With that, I would like to thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for an excellent presentation. I think whatever you have done is not a mean achievement. And particularly, you're addressing two things. One is there is a lot of resistance by so-called activists or the GM lobby people to against the GM crops. And this one also, I didn't know that there will be opposition from the other people also for the non-GM approach of developing herbicide-tolerant crops. And another thing which impressed me is its application in the DSR, that direct-shaded rice. And I think that's going to have tremendous environmental impact in saving labor, water, and energy. I think this is very good. And whatever video you wanted to show, I only suggest that you can share it with Dr. Mishra. We have a WhatsApp group on wheat science. We will be very happy to have a look at it and give you give you feedback. Thank you very much. With this, now we'll move on to Dr. Sanjeev Kalia. And he is the senior manager with BASF, and he will be speaking on herbicide resistance management. It's one of the burning topics with respect to use of herbicides.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman, for giving this opportunity. I also thank FSII and DWR. So it's a kind of a nostalgic moment. I remember way back in 2006, 2007, I was talking on the same topic, herbicide resistance management. But at that time, it was related to GM crops. So, and I'm coming again. Thanks for this opportunity. And well, I think ICAR as well as Savannah seeds need to be acknowledged for the year 2024 being, like we remember 2002 as the BT cotton launch. This will be an important year for landmark, year for India to launch a non-GM HT rice. So a big round of applause for them. So what I'm speaking today will probably be not a new science. It is being, and we have a lot of our teachers here so who have more than me knowledge on this topic. So I'll just go through what I have to add on where BASF has also experience on the herbicide resistance management. And one of the key aspects that I feel in the launch of these technologies is the stewardship point. So when we talk about HT rice or rice, we probably say that BASF also has more than 25 years of experience on HT crops. So as you see, the launch of the first clear field technology was in 1997, and thereafter so many other crops have been launched with these IMI-resistant technologies, and these are all non-GM. So BASF got the trait for Clearfield from Louisiana State University, and thereafter it has been similarly transgressed into other crops like rice, wheat, sunflower, barley, etc. In 2010, there is a second generation of Clearfield, which is called the Clearfield Plus, which has 2 gene mutations in the same gene. Today, if you see there, globally there are a lot of crops grown with more than 33 million acres in the Clearfield production. So definitely a lot of experience here in how to manage crops with HT, and especially with IMI, which has properties which are related to residues or long turnover time. So therefore, it has to be led with a very strong stewardship practice. And these are the components of our system. Firstly, it's the seed. And that's why FSII today has convened this, because the technology is lying in the seed, and then is the application of herbicide. And the topic for today about how to manage the herbicide or the weed resistance development is the second part of the situation, and therefore the third part is the stewardship practice, which is very important. We have seen good technologies like the BT cotton in India also getting some resistance development, which is a natural process because we see how selection can lead to development of resistance. And we have to delay that resistance development by good cultivation practices as well as intervention. Earlier it was also referred as integrated weed management. So this is about approach which should be followed. And that's the main purpose of this presentation is what could be the right stewardship practice when we introduce HT crops. And when we have the same technology coming in many crops, so a successive use of the same herbicide can be a cause for development of resistance. So as earlier noted by Dr. Mishra earlier, the sustainability of technology will depend upon the crop diversification and other cultivation practices like the conservation tillage, etc. So I would like to show you what are the key steps or processes within the stewardship. Of course, it will depend upon the right dosage, right time of application, and the right choice of the herbicide. Also managing spray drifts, because if the drift goes into the neighboring plots which are non-herbicide tolerant, they are exposed to the low levels of the herbicide, and which will also lead to development of resistance. And the third is the monitoring of the volunteers. And as just in the previous talk, Dr. Singh was saying that the rice from the previous season was also present in the non-sprayed fields. So this is again something to be watch out for, and very important that it should be not allowed, or it has to be pruned. And the third or the fourth reason for development of resistance is the gene flow. As you also saw the photographs earlier, that VD rice, which is very, very closely related to rice, can also have crossing over or cross-pollination, and can develop these traits of development of herbicide resistance. So what this is a snapshot, and I was talking in the tea break with a colleague from Savannah. So this is exactly what we and BSF has also done when we were launching in Malaysia, the Clearfield system. This was done in collaboration with the government, and a lot of efforts were put in to educate the farmers and also to enforce the right practices, at what time the herbicide should be applied, at what interval. These kind of stewardship activities are very, very important. This is a photo of a pamphlet which was put along with the seed packet, so that it is easy to understand and gives the right messages to the farmer. And so I think theoretically this will be something like a classroom lecture for you, but what are the factors which affect herbicide resistance? So cultural practices and frequency of herbicide use, of course. And we know that if we have year after year use of the same herbicide on the crop, which will lead to development of resistance. And this is how what normally we have talked about, that over the years, a lot of cases of resistance development has been observed. And in the morning session, we also heard about the story about phalaris. So this is how, all the different herbicides have shown that the resistance can occur at some time or later. So, so just again recollecting the resistance management practices, which will be together a culmination of mechanical, cultural, biological, as well as chemical methods. And for this, we just skip to the next slide, that we have to have good agronomic techniques, especially when we talk about the rice in the north, the cold weather. This is a concern where there is a long residue period for the herbicide, so we have to be watchful about that. The adjustments of sowing dates and the crops that we use in the following season. As we know, some of the leguminous crops are good successive crops to have in case of HT rice. And good quality seeds, of course, every time the farmer buys a seed, it should be certified from the right source. And on the right-hand side are other methods how we can delay the resistance development by using a variety of herbicides, different categories. And also, in some cases, we have to stack the herbicides, as it is done in case of normal herbicide practices, that we have a mixture of herbicides also available. And thus, it is very important to ensure that such a good technology is sustained, and we find the right kind of practice for this particular system. So just one more slide. So we also, like in this direction, have another technology called the Provicia for the rice, which is a FOPS resistance, apart from the IMI-tolerant, and that targets a different mode of action. And that will be all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kalia, for a good presentation. And I think it's a good warning signal for the people who are promoting the herbicide-tolerant crops is the requirement of a strong stewardship program, which you have nicely explained. I think that is very important, because a good technology can fall flat if proper do's and don'ts are not followed. So I think that be a good message, and thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much. Before I invite the next speaker, may I now welcome Dr. Rajbir Singh on the dais, and he is our ADG Agronomy and Agroforestry at the Council. And he has been a strong proponent of direct seeded rice technology. And I remember about a couple of years back, he held a very good online webinar, you can call it, on the direct seeded rice, and has come up with a very nice this thing. So, welcome you, sir. And now I think we move to the last but one presentation by Dr. A.R. Sadananda, and he will be speaking on herbicide-tolerant crops, research trends and challenges. Dr. Sadananda is my old college mate at Dharwad, and of course, don't worry, I'll be telling you that you're a junior one also, a couple of years junior to me. And he has, he worked at the IRA. I know he was involved in rice breeding and all that, and later he moved to the industry, and ultimately worked in cement also as in a seed sector. And now, of course, he has his own consultancy firm called Agriva. So we look forward to hearing from you, Dr. Sadanand.
Thank you, Dr. Edaraju, the chairman for the presentation, and the co-chairman, the ADG, and the participants here. So, I will be covering briefly, some of the research trends and challenges in terms of herbicide-tolerant crops. So I have carefully chosen the word tolerant rather than resistant. So nothing is resistant to anything. I mean, basically there are levels and what level you will have the tolerance. So that's the thing which I would like to have. From the morning you have been listening to people, and you know, and this audience knows very well, weeds are the major biota constraint in crop production, and then cause more yield losses than other pests. And then, see, this is a data which, FSSI was, we had done a work for FSSI, and we had surveyed more than 3,200 farmers across India on 9 crops, which other than farmers, also we had 300 the so-called opinion makers in the villages and in the blocks. So we have taken the survey from those people, and this is the data which I'm presenting is based on the survey we got it. And the yield losses here, which I think Dr. Mishra was making from his institute, it more or less matches here. So rice is about 18, it goes from 15 in corn to as high as 22 in sugarcane. I mean, that's the losses. And the other thing which is the thing which you need to note is the cost of weed management is one of the major factors which can which is increasing the cost of production. And as you all know, cost of cultivation of the principal crops have been growing at over 10% over the, every year. I mean, if you look at even the government data, it goes up at almost 10% per every year, and the major component of that is the increased labor cost. And increasing labor cost and non-availability of manual labor at critical stages of weed management is forcing farmers to go for application of herbicides. And as you all know, multiple studies have shown that the herbicide is an effective way to reduce dependency on the labor. This is all proven science facts which you are presenting here. Our survey also has clearly indicated the eagerness of the farmers in using relevant herbicides for weed management. And the opinion leaders' view as indicated, according to them, it reduces the cost by about 76.8%. It enhances yield by 58.6% and increased income by 50%. This is the result of the survey which we have done. And application of herbicides to control weeds have been very effective, as is just now said. And genotype empowered with resilience to herbicide pose as an invaluable tool for strategizing integrated weed management. Given the difficulty in discovering new herbicides, which unfortunately has almost plateaued for the last 15-20 years, there are hardly any new molecules coming up, developing HT crops for existing herbicide that have broad weed control spectrum and good environmental profile is a useful strategy. And as you all know, we can create herbicide tolerance crop by 3 ways. One is the mutagenesis, using the mutants, using the chemicals or even screening the natural mutations, and then pyramiding the superior haplotype genes, which are very effectively utilized both by Dr. A.K. Singh's team in IRA as well as the Clearfield technology which you just heard. So the other thing is introduction of exogenous resistant genes into the targeted variety. That is what you normally term it as GM, HT crops, about which a couple of speakers will be talking to in the afternoon session. And there is one more area which is exciting now is the targeted mutagenesis of the herbicide-resistant genes. So, these are the 3 ways in which we can think of creating new herbicide-tolerant crops. So, as I told you, herbicide by mutations, as just now Dr. Ashok Kumar, A.K. Singh has told, it's basically a mutation which is using earlier seed mutagenesis, polar mutagenesis, or mutations in tissue culture, which was an old technology. And among the various herbicides, a common target genetic is ALS, and you can see lot of ALS genes have been mutated, and there were 4 or 5 subcategories of that. Basically, these are all point mutations, and as just now we are talking about is the two of the varieties which are developed at IRA. Similarly, now Dr. Sanjay talked about both Clearfield as well as Provisia rice. And basically, what happens is whenever you have these genes, you can have multiple genes and what you call as pyramiding of these genes, and a lot of IMI-resistant crops to increase resistance is the consequence of having 2 or more resistant genes in a single genotype. I mean, these days, for more effectiveness, more than 1 gene is incorporated, and it has been proved both in different crops other than rice. But the natural mutations, variation or artificial mutation is employed, and it's a very, very tedious process, as I think Dr. A.K. Singh will be telling you. I mean, you have to screen a large population to get thing, and then also the mutants has to be effective. I mean, that's something which is, very extensive screening has to be done. The other crop, the thing which I'm talking about, GM crops, about which in the afternoon both Raju Rathi as well as Professor Pentel, and they will be speaking about it. This is a known fact that, a lot of, herbicide-resistant crops have been developed for different crops, in different crops for different molecules. And the topic which I would like to cover a little more is herbicide-tolerant crops on the targeted mutations. I think, most of us have been hearing that resistance development in weeds is a bigger problem. Everybody is talking about it. The plus point of it is that we know why it is so. So when we know why it is so, we also know how can we prevent it. And that is exactly what most of the, it's a very exciting field which goes on, presently. In any of the genetics thing, you talk about is people talking about manipulating these genes for herbicide resistance. And as you know, there are weed species resistant to multiple herbicides sites of action. And one of our very close friend here is Elusina indica, which is a wild ragi, has a lot of genes which are shown resistant to that. So this is the source for us, for a geneticist like people practicing plant breeders. This is something which is an opportunity to find out where exactly the mutations have happened, how they are bringing resistance to in the crops. So single gene mutation through precise gene editing of gene of site of action has been reported to induce herbicide tolerance in many crops. So a lot of technology of gene editing also has improved to overcome the regulatory hurdles. So these days, you have the technologies where there is no exogenous DNA incorporated. That means they are free from what is the so-called GM technology. And here is a brief of a list of herbicide-tolerant plants developed through genome editing. And this list is increasing day by day. A lot of work is going on. A lot of crops reports have been done. Reports are there, and a lot of genes are being targeted. And as I said, the common things are ALS genes, but even the ESPS genes of glyphosate has been targeted. And this is something which is exciting. We are not only targeting the genes, we are also targeting, people are targeting even the promoters system associated with the gene expression. So gene and gene cassettes, gene promoters, they are also being targeted to get high efficient, herbicide tolerant crops. What are the gene editing, new targets? So there's a class of, I think, all the weedicide people, people working on herbicides know that there are something called safeners, which is being used in delivery of weedicides or herbicides. I'm sorry, I'm using the word weedicide, which is banned by you, but anyway, sorry, it's coming up. So basically what happens is, there are genes which are GST and cytochrome 458 enzymes. I mean, these are the one which shield or which what you call as degrade the weedicides. Now the research is going on how I activate these two genes, I mean the enzymes and the genes associated with that, so that they indirectly take care of the gene, I mean with the herbicide resistant part of it. So the other part is, there are research which goes on also what is called as a 30 UTR in a non-coding mRNA fragment. This is after the translation. Certain things which are the genes which we have used for modification of translations and those, these are also being targeted. And one of the things which a lot of things are happening from the perspective of, basic perspective of weed control. Generally we are thinking that weeds compete for natural resources or resources with crops. This is a very common thing, and I think it has been also told in the morning and been repeated. Yes, it is happening. And the studies have shown that if the impact of weeds in the early stages of crop growth, and what we call as critical crop growth, is higher, much more than the crops, effect in the later part. Though studies now clearly show that there is a big difference between the early stage impact and the later stage impact. And genetically, it has been looked in, and there are weed signals elicit stress response in crops. This being, the logic behind this is, crops, sometime back they were also in the wild form, and they were part of a weed, conversion stage. So they have in them a mechanism, when they know that there is somebody else is nearby, the neighbor, they start building the response. And these responses are deleterious to yield. They themselves want to protect it. And this is something which is happening, and now a lot of genomic studies have started working on and identifying these signals. And there are reports where these things have been reported, and now we have started manipulating these things to enhance the herbicide resistant thing. Yeah. And the challenges. Most CRISPR applications target the coding and promoter regions of the specific genes. Unfortunately, many of these also are related for normal, physiological activity of the crop. So you can't just hit everything and say that, it can work. So this is something which is there. Most of the studies conducted are of proof of concept yet. So the improvement in methodology, and this is need to be taken further. Of course, happy thing is that already some approvals have come, especially in US. And also I think Bayer also has recently got some approval for their gene-edited crop. And also the biggest problem has been some countries still doesn't, especially European bloc, doesn't consider gene editing as the normal process of breeding, and they still consider that as a GM crops. So, to sum up, emphasis on development of herbicide-tolerant varieties in crops through breeding strategies is one of the viable strategies. Efforts may be made in developing crops tolerant to herbicides with a different SOA, which everybody knows, that HT crop technology has a potential to control difficult to control weeds and parasitic weeds, which emphasis was given by Dr. Mishra in the morning. These are certain things which I have worked on. Varabanke and few of the crops have shown the thing it works. And HT crop system must be integrated with proper stewardship program, which Sanjeev was talking about, to ensure long-term sustainability of the technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sadamda, for enlightening us on the new technology, this thing of gene editing. And I'm happy that, thankfully, the government of India has given an approval for gene editing at least, because in some countries even that is also not been allowed or approved. And I see that there's a great potential for improvement, not only for herbicide tolerance, but other things also using this technology. So thank you for your sharing your experience with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now the last presentation is by our co-chair, Dr. T.K. Das, on conservation agriculture in weed management in conservation agriculture. and he has been working on conservation agriculture for a number of years. And he has been having this experiment for long-term experiment on conservation agriculture at IRA, and if somebody is interested, it is worth paying a visit to his fields. And conservation agriculture, as you all know, is one of the most important technology or the practice which can have tremendous impact on the environment, and particularly the soil loss can be prevented to a great extent. But unfortunately, I wish our Prime Minister has proposed conservation agriculture in place of natural farming. This is out of, in a later sense I'm telling. But that has so much potential is there, and I think to know more about it, I asked Dr. Das to do it, and as a co-chair, you will only take 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I will be speaking on weed dynamics and management in conservation agriculture. So you all know this conservation agriculture it has become a hot cake now. Everyone want to take a bite of it, and it is a paradigm shift in conventional agriculture. It is mostly based on no-till based agriculture, no tillage based agriculture. So it is a concept for resource-saving crop production which is based on enhancing natural and biological resources above and below the ground. And why we are thinking so is in the context of climate change. Already since morning we have been listening that climate change has occurred. So in that context, so how conservation agriculture is going to play a role, and how it has having its role in adaptation and mitigation of climate change. So for that reason, it is being talked, and also it is believed that out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, then conservation agriculture can meet up around 6 to 7 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. So for that reason, it is being propped up, and this conservation agriculture has potential. It can provide high-end sustained productions, it can provide acceptable profit, it conserves resources, environment, and it also improves the soil quality, particularly carbon, nutrients, soil physical, chemical, biological property, soil microbiome, all this respect, it has huge role. And then lower man machinery cost, fossil fuel already, transplanted rice told, there is more than almost 15,000 cost for transplanted rice, but if you go for DSR, zero-till DSR, then cost is drastically reduced. So that it is having that. And it mitigates, it adapts and mitigates the climate change effect. So that is one of the most important aspects. And the ecological intensification. So with this, it has 3 principles, that is permanent soil cover, and minimal soil disturbance and crop diversity. And these are interlinked. These 3 principles are interlinked and interrelated. One has having dependence or interdependence with the other. And we have to adopt these 3 things in toto, and then only it will be conservation agriculture. Otherwise, the fractured application, fractured use of this conservation agriculture does not won't provide the intended or desired profit, desired benefits. So you see, this is one of the important technologies. Just you see, it spread from less than 1 million hectare in 8 countries in 1970 to now it is 205 million hectare in 102 countries. Almost 15% of the world crop area is under conservation agriculture now. And it is adopted more than 50% of the cropped area of this country like Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, Brazil, Canada, South Africa, USA. So 50% of their crop land, this conservation agriculture is being adopted, this no-till agriculture is being adopted. Then since 2009, this technology has spread almost 10.5 million hectare per year, increase in the area. In India, of course, still we have very low area, like 3.5 million hectare. It is conservation agriculture. If you only say the zero-till agriculture, it is almost 4.5 million hectare or so. So with this, So weed management, everybody is told, I can skip this slide, everybody since morning we had 11 billion US dollar being lost annually from 10 different crops in 18 states of the country. And it is being estimated by our important or honorable important institute, that Directorate of Weed Research. And then this thing, I think I should skip it. So now, what are the weed management challenges of conservation agriculture? Because there are three principles: continuous residue cover, zero tillage, and crop diversification. These are interdependent, and they have interaction with each other. Then they play a role in the dynamics of weed. And that thing, weed ecology changes because of the continuous residue cover, no tillage, so ecology changes. Weed dynamics occur because there will be sudden appearance, sudden disappearance of weed, then sudden shift of the weed, then that sort of things occur. Then in this case, because zero tillage, no tillage is there, so total herbicide dependence in the system. The residue returns also influence the role. There is some positive influence on some weed. There may be some negative influence on some weed. They have influence on crop. So there is an interplay. There are a lot of things taking place in this system. And that's why that triggered with dynamics. Then your residue allelopathy, this is another important, we always say residue is a panacea, just like crop rotation. But residue is having its own role. It huge amount of, huge number of these different organic acids. And they trigger dynamics, they prefer or disprefer, or they favor or disfavor certain weed species, and they trigger their germination, that leads to weed dynamics. Then seed bank, this is the most important aspect. It is inexhaustible. If we could exhaust the seed bank, then our weed control would have been much easier and would have been, but it is not possible. It is not possible, and that's why it is a continuous, recurrent problem. Weed management is a repetitive practice. It is a repetitive practice in every crop, every cropping situation, every season. So this is the weed seed distribution, particularly zero tillage, because there are no tillage there, so surface 0 to 5 centimeter is concentrated with large number of seeds. But in case of your conventional tillage and this your moldboard plow, weed distribution, you see the distribution in moldboard plow, it is mostly in the 5 to 10 centimeter, 10 to 15 centimeter layer seed aggregation takes place, weed seed aggregation. But in conservation, because of zero tillage, weed seed aggregation takes place on the surface 0 to 5 centimeter layer. And that's why weed dynamics or weed emergence takes place mostly from that 0 to 5 centimeter layer. And then over the year, if we adopt the zero tillage, then gradually weed infestation would be, weed pressure would be reduced. But what we have observed, what Dr. Yadu sir told, we have been practicing conservation agriculture at ICAR for last 15 years. In 7 cropping systems, rice wheat, rice mustard, maize mustard, cotton wheat, pigeon pea wheat, maize wheat, so many cropping, 7 cropping systems. And then what we have seen, there is a huge weed dynamic. Of course, weed pressure, weed infestation reduced, weed infestation or weed diversity narrowed down, but things are little different dynamics. Shift of weed from annual to perennial weed in certain situations, and that may not be solely responsible, or conservation may not be solely responsible. There is an interaction of the cropping system, prevailing climate, and herbicide to play a role. Then you see this is one practice, raised bed planting with residue. Here, this is a conservation agriculture practice, a total practice of conservation agriculture. It reduces weed population on the top of the bed. It reduces phalaris minor in rice wheat system, because particularly this bed planting of wheat, because narrow bed, broad bed, and flat bed we are practicing for last 15 years. And you see the cotton wheat, pigeon pea wheat system in their system, and the residue, on the residue, anchored residue is there, residue is standing. And so winter season, particularly wheat problem generally, because compared to Kharif season, because of rain-free period, herbicide efficacy more, and weed flushes are less, only 1 or 2 flushes of weed would be there. So weed control is easier in the Rabi season compared to Kharif season. Kharif season, repeated flushes of weed. So then you see this is zero tillage or minimal tillage with residue retention. They're also huge because particularly in your rice wheat system, rice if we adopt this zero tillage with residue, flash matter infestation will be drastically reduced, and then we will reduce this sort of resistance to this isopropyl resistance. Or we have found, we have a lot of literature, we have a lot of data for this. Our study also showed that when continuously zero tillage is practiced, your weed population is drastically reduced, and grass weed as well as broadleaf weed population was reduced. So this is also over the year. You see, this is Mishra et al. They have already Mishra 2004. In Hisar, Karnal, Faizabad, Jabalpur, under zero till condition, flash manure population was drastically reduced. At IRI also, we have wildlife population was drastically reduced under zero tillage followed by zero tillage system, soybean wheat system, and compared to city system, almost 57% reduction of wildlife population was there in our zero till system and zero till soybean wheat system. Then you see over the year, this is rice master system. Over the year, after 5 years, you see continuously where there is a conventional till practice and where there is a CA-based zero till with the residue practice was there. There was a drastically, after 5 years, total weed population infestation was drastically reduced under the CA-based zero till based system compared to our conventional till system. And also, CA system also, that the most important fact is when residue is there, their predation is there, microbiome activity is there, microbial activity is huge, seed decay, seed predation takes place at random. So that time what happens, that time also we found that when we practicing the CA system, there was almost in permanent broadbed with the residue system, there was almost 48% reduction in the soil seed bank, followed by almost 48% in permanent narrow bed with residue, permanent broad bed with residue, followed by 35% in flat bed with residue. So weed seed bank reduction also taking place because of this conservation agriculture based system. Another practice is brown manuring. It is because we cannot do green manuring in our CA system because it is a no-till system. So we cannot plow the land. So here brown manuring is another practice, is a very important practice. It could be, it is already reported practice in rice, but it could be equally applicable for maize, and we have first time in the world we have practiced this brown manuring in maize, and this brown manuring itself could reduce weed pressure to the level of 40 to 50%. So this would be a good practice under zero till condition. So you see in maize, you see this is brown manuring. After this is dhancha and your dhancha maize sown together. After 25 days, dhancha was carved down or knocked down with the application of 2,4-D. And then your dhancha is gradually knocking down and maize is coming. So that way it is a very good practice. And here we have optimized that 15 kg, not 20 or 25 kg seed in case of rice. Because rice is a tillering crop. It can compensate the loss in plant population. But maize is non-tillering crop, cannot compensate. So the seed rate should be reduced to optimize 15 kg seed and 5.5 kg per hectare 2,4-D at 25 days, not beyond that. 30 days, so 25 days. If we do, then this is a very good brown manuring practice for maize crop also, and that will lead to weed management under conservation agriculture. Now, chemical weed management, there are several issues when we are going for, because without herbicide, we cannot think of conservation agriculture, but there are several issues. First is efficiency, how we can achieve, because when residue is there, herbicide application is a problem, but we can achieve the residue. So efficiency would be, and there should be 5 R's TRC. And these 5 R's should be right choice of the herbicide, right source, right dose, right time, and right method of application. These 5 R's TRC I have been telling since for last few years, and this should be practiced, and that is TOTO. It should be Samambodam. And then your pre-emergence herbicide application, so it is with a high volume rate, so that we can harness the higher efficacy, then non-selective herbicide before sowing of the crop, if weed is there, then economics are just 2 minutes. And then ecological sustainability, all these things, and then herbicide-tolerant crop, that would be boon for agriculture also, then your integrated weed management. So these are the herbicides we all know for our system: rice, maize, soybean, cotton, wheat, sugarcane, all these things. And system also we have recommendations of herbicides for the system under conservation agriculture or conventional agriculture, then weed dynamics. You see, these are the most important. You see the under rice wheat system, cotton wheat, maize wheat, pigeon wheat system. Our annual wheat were finished. So annual wheat problem was drastically reduced. So gradually the Cyperus esculentus in cotton, Cyperus esculentus in maize, and Cyperus esculentus in our before showing of Directorate rice, after wheat, it came. So that sort of, and then your Medicago denticulata, that, and then your Euphorbia microphylla, these are the perennial weeds. Gradually came up over the years, after 5 years, 6 years. But of course we have herbicide, glyphosate is there to control them. But this sort of dynamics takes place in course of time under conservation. You see, this is Directorate rice, your Echina colonna, Cyperus rotundus, Leptocola chinensis, Dinebra retroflexa. These are very these are, I should say, they are very problematic weed. And then this control also, we have control for them. We have control, we have herbicides. For these are perennial weed. We need not to be worried much because we can they are annual weed, so we need not to be worried much for their control. We can control them. We have herbicides, and we need only that fiber stewardship to control to apply the herbicide and to have efficient, effective weed control. Then these are okay, sir. So these are the weed dynamics. And you see Medicago denticulata in maize, after maize mustard system, this occurred. But there also, it is not that conservation agriculture is the culprit, that it is equally applicable. Conventional agriculture as well as conservation agriculture, any agriculture, weed dynamics, it is imminent. Because there is weed dynamics takes place because of interaction with the environment, soil, crop, herbicide. So that not that we should blame dynamics, weed seed, weed resistance, each and every system it will occur. It is bound to occur because when we are using the herbicides and other thing, and the system interaction is there. So now the Sonkas oleracea. So this is integrated, so I told this is integrated management altogether. So the ultimate remedy is the integrated weed management. Where, because in this world, because any weed control method or technology should not be a foolproof strategy. Any technology. Nowadays, everywhere. You see our medicine, all medicine now coming in mixture form. You see, you say your norfloxacin, ofloxacin, that is a tinidazole plus ofloxacin, paracetamol plus brufen. So mixture form it is coming nowadays, everywhere, because you know that one medicine cannot control each and everything. So in our herbicide also, herbicide has the deficiency lacuna. They cannot control each and every weed because weed have their morphological, physiological differences. They have different tolerance level. They cannot be controlled by a single dose of herbicide or single herbicide. So for that reason, we need to have that integrated weed management that should be amalgamated, or it should be mixture of a couple of technology, and that of course herbicide should be at the central point, at the forefront, and then other technology, mechanical, manual, and your cultural management, most important cultural management practices should be put together, and then we'll have a better weed management, effective weed management, durable weed management, sustainable weed management, and sustainable crop production. So with this, and this is the soil location, specific shear technology, and dynamic herbicide recommendation. That is herbicide recommendation. Herbicide recommendation should be dynamic over the year, over the season. Over the year, dynamic recommendation should be there, not that one herbicide should be recommended year after year, season after season, and in crop. So dynamic herbicide recommendation should be there. Then mutation-induced, this herbicide tolerance, our honorable directors are already told that mutation-induced, of course, transgenic is not allowed in India, so it is in the moratorium. So we are having avenue. So we can have our herbicide-tolerant crop through mutagenesis. So that we can do. Then newer herbicide molecule, particularly, we need the herbicide of the hour, need of the hour, herbicide, which herbicide we need. We have many pre-emergence herbicide which can kill the annual weed. to kill the perennial weed. Post-emergence herbicide in crop field, we need that herbicide. That herbicide is hardly available. We have some crop, and then selective, just this is the last one. So zero tillage. Thank you, sir. Because that I was telling, because so many person is telling about herbicide. But thing is, we have many herbicides, annual weed killer herbicide. But we need the post-emergence perennial weed killer herbicide.
Sure. Thank you. He's
Thank
a
you, sir.
professor
Thank
for
you.
agronomy, so I know that. Okay. Thank you for the nice presentation, and I think you all know that conservation agriculture is one of the upcoming technologies, something like DSR, and I think weed management is a big challenge because you have got no tillage, you have covered with the residues. How to make herbicide work? Because herbicide is not the only alternative, but the key alternative in management of weeds in conservation agriculture. And thank you, Das, for sharing your experience. And thank you very much for your presentation. So here we come to the end of the session, technical session 1. And I think now I ask the organizers to.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I think.
Before that, just a couple of minutes to Dr. Rajbir Singh for sharing his remarks, if any. And Dr. Das has already taken his quota. It's okay.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I feel sorry that I have to go to my office, some meeting, urgent meeting, and I immediately came back. I was interested to listen to Dr. A.K. Singh ji, because what he has presented is the, I think, future voice of farmers. I do believe it. Sir, my only few things I would like to mention here. My first point is that we have global commitments. By 2070 net emission should be zero. Looking into that, when we come down to the agriculture, 14% contribution in the GHG emission, and out of that, main culprit is rice. For last 3 decades, we are doing experiments on DSR, and it clearly shows that there is saving of labor, saving of water, saving in cost of cultivation, earliness by 1 week, system yield is also increased. Even then, farmer is not taking. But I will tell you only 2 years, our experience with the DSR while COVID-19. Punjab, sir, in Punjab, the industry of herbicide is, I think it is around 1,000 crore rupees. 1.3 million people migrate to transplant the rice in Punjab. And when they go back, they are having around 35 to 40,000 rupees with their hand for their livelihood at their place. The total industry for transplanting is around 3,500 crore rupees only in Punjab. This is the scenario. And when COVID-19 was there, so there was the biggest problem was that how to transplant the rice in such a large, 3.2 million hectare in Punjab. And then we worked there with the farmers. And in the first year, our experience showed that 8 lakh hectare come under DSR. But the farmer was so curious about the, there were fears of failure also. So farmers did 2 things. On one side, they have their DSR sowing. On other side, in a patch of land, they were having their nursery also. For mitigating, if it fails, we will do that. So looking into that, the area rose to 8 lakh hectare, immediately came down to 5 lakh hectare area. That means 3 lakh hectare area farmers were not convinced, and they immediately, because by that time they arranged the labors. So within a span of 1 month, they uprooted DSR and again go to 3 lakh hectare area. 2021 again the same thing happened, and the area came down to 4.5 lakh hectare area, or maybe 500,000 hectare area. After that, there was no, COVID was over, and the farmers again switched to TP, transplanting. Government is announcing a lot of initiative. Haryana government is giving 4,000 rupees for promotion of DSR. Punjab has also come up with some 1,500 rupees per acre for promotion of the DSR. Even then, the area under Haryana is around 50,000 hectare area under DSR, and this time Punjab has reported 1.5 lakh hectare area. But despite all these best efforts, the area under DSR is not coming. Now I can see that, because in my view, it is a DSR what we are talking about, particularly when talk about the weed management. It is a knowledge-intensive technology, sir. Farmer has to be educated on those parts. Many farmers have faced the penalty of yield while practicing the DSR. And so capacity development of farmer is very, very important. What Dr. A.K. Singh was having, the touring all the 700-kilometer track and discussing with the farmers, many good things he has reported on those things. My point here is that the technology of herbicide-tolerant paddy or rice, this is the only answer which I see as far as farmers' perspective is thing. And this is the pathway where we can have larger scope of, area under DSR. I will stop here only saying that the DSR we are talking about for last 3 decades, it's not coming up. So this is the pathway where we can have more aggressive trials and the convincing of the farmers. I think we can, what we are talking about, the climate resilient technology in the rice, where on global and on regional level we are talking about DSR. So now we have faith that the area under DSR will increase. My best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. And then, of course, I'm sorry to say that whatever time we had for open discussion, we will not be having it in the interest of time. And I think whatever questions you have, certainly share with the speakers during lunchtime, okay? Or else, I think probably you can note down and pass it on, and we'll try to get it resolved. He says only 5 questions.
Only 5 questions?
Okay. So I think consensus is that we will not have that one, because many people, it is difficult to satisfy every participant about answering the question. So I think I think we'll close the session. Before closing, I'd just like to say that how enlightening and learning experience for me, at least, about these presentations. We had very good presentations by all the speakers, and new ideas have been given. And I think I'm very happy that at least weeds have been sort of flagged as the #1 problem in increasing the, in the constraint in increasing the productivity. And I'm sure that we have been talking about it on the weed scientists, but at least now it has gone outside our area, and then at least it is attracting the attention of other scientists as well. I think that is a very good sign. And I would like to thank all the speakers for the nice presentation and for sharing your experiences with us. And that really, sort of enlighten us. And I would like to, of course, thank Dr. T.K. Das and Dr. Radbir Singh for sharing the podium with us. And of course, the hard task of, writing all the proceedings is with Archana. And thank you, Archana, and for your efforts. And with that, we close the session, and I hand over it to our organizers. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir. Thank you so much, sir. Before we break for lunch, allow me to take this opportunity to invite Dr. J.S. Mishra to do the honors in felicitating our chair, our co-chair, and our rapporteur for the session, please. Our session expert, Dr. Radbir Singh. Dr. T.K. Das. Dr. Archana Anoke. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries. And now, before we move ahead, we would also like to felicitate our esteemed speakers. May I please request our session chair, Dr. N.T. Yaduraju, to offer a small token of appreciation to our speakers. Dr. J.S. Mishra, Director, ICAR, Directorate of Weed Research. A huge round of applause, please. Dr. A.K. Singh, former Director, ICAR, IARI, New Delhi. May I please request our session co-chair, Dr. T.K. Das, to offer a small token of appreciation to our speakers. Dr. Sanjeev Kalia, Senior Manager, Government Relations and Advocacy at BASF. And Dr. A.R. Sadananda from Agriva. Thank you so much. We will now break for lunch. We shall now break for lunch and we shall be back in the next 45 minutes for session 2 titled Technology Solutions for Weed Management. We look forward to seeing you soon. The lunch is in the same place as the tea break. Session Chair, Dr. Ramanathan Veeramani from Dallas, India, and our co-chair, Dr. J.C. Majumdar from New Delhi. The rapporteur for this session is Dr. Jitendra Soni, scientist from ICAR DWR. I request our chair, co-chair, and rapporteur to kindly grace their presence on the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity and invite Mr. Rajveer Rathi to do the honors in welcoming our session chair, Mr. Ramanathan Veeramani, co-chair Dr. J.C. Mishra, and rapporteur Dr. Jitendra Soni with flowers, please. Our session chair, our session co-chair Dr. J.C. Majumdar, and our rapporteur, Dr. Jitendra Soni. Thank you, sir. I would now like to hand over the mic to our session chair. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. And actually, we've been instructed by the organizers that we have shorter time budget in comparison to what we had in the morning. So we will have to restrict our time slots to probably 10 to 12 minutes, no longer than that. So I'll take the responsibility for keeping time for individual speakers and alert them politely so that they can actually prepare to wind up and close. I actually invite Dr. J.C. Majumdar as my co-chair also share maybe just half a minute comments before starting the session. I wanted to share a few points before this session starts related to what the speakers in this session are going to talk about. So a lot of concern was actually expressed about environmental sustainability, given actually the major drive is around chemical herbicides. For reducing the footprint, there are multiple technologies that are actually already available as well as becoming increasingly available. One of them is by smart use of adjuvants, including efficient surfactants, which dramatically improve the efficiency of active ingredients. That is one way. The other is also the advent of nano herbicides, which by dramatically increasing the surface area to volume ratio, improve the efficacy of products. So these are easy opportunities for the agrochem organizations to leverage and ensure that actually whatever solutions we are developing for weed management are sustainable. And along the same line, actually elsewhere, there are blends of agrochemicals with botanicals or microbiologicals that have become commercial. That is another way to look at reducing the footprint of chemicals while delivering the efficacy that the farmer needs in their farms. The other key topic we covered in the morning is about either GM or mutant-driven herbicide tolerance technologies. Both of them actually touch upon the principle of converting what is a non-selective herbicide into a selective herbicide for a crop. And this category of chemicals have pretty wide coverage of weed spectrum and can be extremely efficient solutions. So due importance has to be given for such approaches, while also communicating the additional value other geographies that have adopted these technologies widely have benefited from. For instance, more than 50% of the acres in the US alone, after adopting HT crops, turn to zero-till or conservation tillage. And we need to be able to realize those benefits as well as we introduce these technologies. Another thing, talking about the rice, red rice kind of situations, now there are technologies becoming available where organellar genome editing is possible, which prevents flow of these resistance traits from the crop to related weeds. So that is where I would stop. Dr. Majumdar, did you want to add anything in brief?
No. Actually, I have nothing to add because I have been mainly from the field of crop protection, chemicals, and not much experience with seeds. But naturally, being also in the crop protection, we know about the importance of the herbicide-tolerant crops and the problems associated with that, that after some time, the weeds start becoming resistant. Then you have to combine the glyphosate, the most sold herbicide in the world. There are also some weeds which have developed resistance against this. So now they're trying with some combinations. And then you have to get also new crop varieties which are resistant to this or tolerant to this combined this thing. And of course, this thing, Dr. Amal, he was mentioning about the biologicals. Now, recently, we had a crop production summit organized by FSII. And I was given a topic to talk on agricultural biologicals. Now, agricultural biologicals, they are the biopesticides, mentioning that today we have got 18 biopesticides. These are all living microorganisms which are registered in India. 18 of them, of which, of course, 2 or 3 are more important than others. And combination with biopesticides and herbicides is not possible. Rather, they are going more for the adulteration and lacing biopesticides with chemical pesticides. So there, we don't see any chance of any combination or mixture or anything like that. So herbicide management by itself, it's a very important subject and very complicated with different herbicide action groups coming up. And more groups are now coming up. And unless these herbicides are handled properly, there is chance of resistance development. In the morning we heard about some papers on that, and the very valid points were raised that how to prevent the resistance or control the resistance. And in tolerant, I would like to say only one thing. Somebody said that NGOs, I think Dr. A.K. Singh said, that the NGOs, we know NGOs in pesticides, they are creating havoc actually. They invent some problems which are not there. And we have to be very careful what we do. Now, for instance, in case of tolerant crops, herbicide-tolerant crops, there have been accusation that this is a commercial exploitation of the farmers. On the one hand, the company wants to make a pesticide or herbicide which he wants to sell, and at the same time also develop some resistant seeds which can be sold, yeah? Now, these are baseless allegations and all that. Science is science, and we should not listen to these NGOs, and I fully agree with Dr. A.K. Singh was telling that we must build up very strong resistance against these NGOs, yeah? So that is all I think what I can say about this thing, and we hope that there will be very good presentations, yeah? So thank you all. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Majumdar. First, I would like to invite one of the eminent personalities from academia, Dr. Yaduraju, who has been a teacher to some of the people who are here today. Over to Dr. Yaduraju. He is going to talk about the herbicides, myths and reality.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and distinguished delegates or the participants. And I'm happy to be here and to see some old colleagues and friends and to interact with you people. And since morning we have been hearing about the time, maybe being an opening batsman, you can spare a couple of minutes more, or maybe senior citizen discount.
We will accommodate.
On a lighter side, but because we were asked to prepare for 20 minutes, and now it was reduced to 15, and now here it is reduced to 12. So please, be considerate. So anyway, so since morning you have been hearing a lot about the sort of effect of weeds on crop losses, and then how to increase the productivity by better weed management. So I will not go into the details of it, and some slides could be repetition, and I will skip most of them. And I'll talk about the methods of weed control and the role of herbicides in weed management and benefits of chemical control, and then herbicide use concern and some of the common myths associated with herbicides and integrated weed management and the way forward. So these are the different methods of weed management you are all aware of. And so I think this is, in theory, so many methods are there to manage the weeds. But in actual, this thing, it is not happening. But the reality check is that preventive measures are so easy to do, most cost-effective. But farmers rarely follow it. For example, weed-free crop seeds, weed-free farm manure, and things like that. Then cultural methods like rotation, intercrops, the right method of irrigation, fertilizer application, it's all there. But since they don't see the immediate effect on the weed growth, they are not, farmers are not interested. They chip in and contribute in overall, but at the same time, they want immediate, and as they can see, the control of weeds, that is not happening. Mechanical, it is, of course, one of the important practices still followed, but the problem is it has limitation of what is the soil condition, what is the climatic condition. Manual, of course, is the most common method as on now, but again, it is very, very labor-intensive, involves a lot of drudgery and less efficient, and then more expensive because of the, unavailability of labor and the increasing wages. Biological, not practical in our crop conditions because we are not aiming at one weed. There are at least 7, 8 major weeds, and I don't think there is any biocontrol agent which can take care of all the weeds. And of course, now by the end, you can say that chemical is a better option. That's why, and try to illustrate this point by telling about the benefits. And of course, the chemical weed control started with the discovery and commercial use of 2,4-D in the early 40s, and really which paved the way for chemical weed control and significantly revolutionized world agriculture. And I think herbicides are the most sought-after method of weed control. And I don't think any developed country can think of managing weeds in the absence of herbicides. And the same thing is happening in many of the Southeast Asian countries also. Take about Korea or Japan, where Malaysia, even Philippines, where almost 100% of the major crops are being, herbicides are being used there. And of course, again, it was mentioned in the morning also, more than 50% of the pesticide use is happening through herbicides at the global level. But in India, of course, we've been talking about 15 to 18% for some time. And it is, even though the farmers are showing interest, the it's not increasing, probably because we are trying to use herbicides at very, very low rates, maybe 2 to 4 grams in some cases. So that may be one of the reasons. And of course, data is very hard to get, unfortunately. And then, contribution. Weed control, weed management has contributed significantly. And systematic studies have been done in other countries, but not in India. I think it is time that we also did it. And for example, in soybean, about 15 years of data, it shows that herbicides are contributed about 64% to the total productivity, so total production, followed by narrow rows and varieties. So this may disappoint some of the breeders, but this is a reality. And same thing is happening in corn also, where 20% of the contribution was coming from herbicide use. And then some of the benefits, just I'll quickly go through. Of course, main thing is it saves labor, easy and convenient to use. And you can see the effect of weed management or weed control, immediately after application. And it is very easy. In one go, you can take care of at least majority of the weeds. And they are a very good alternative to manual weeding, which is really backbreaking, involves a lot of drudgery, done under inhospitable conditions. You can see the common sight if you travel by train, all the women standing in the field and doing the weeding, bending, sometimes squatting, sometimes in the standing water, sometimes in sugarcane fields, which how difficult it is to get into sugarcane field. Very, very inhospitable condition, hot, humid conditions. And we expect the laborers or the farm workers to do this in the future as well. And of course, this has been shown a number of times. And I'm showing it because the actual weed loss, after the farmers have practiced their own weed management, they are incurring huge losses. In 10 crops, it has been reported that it amounts to about 80,000 crores at the present level, some $11 billion US. That is crazy. So that means to say there's so much of opportunity to increase the productivity by saving so much money can be saved by following the herbicide use. And another advantage is that there's selective control of morphologically similar weeds. How difficult it is to take out grass weeds from cereal crops. We know the problem of Phalaris minor in wheat. In the first, the topmost slide, we can see that half the plot is treated with herbicide and the other half is without the herbicide. You can see full of Phalaris minor. So same thing applies to control of echinoclova, which is a major weed in rice, and also say, for example, wild rice. There is no herbicide, recommended herbicide in rice cannot control wild rice, but thanks to HT technology that you can think of controlling very closely related weeds and also the volunteer weeds, as Dr. A.K. Singh was mentioning in the morning. And of course, in some crops, narrow spacing, and because they are the root crops, or like, for example, onion, you can't think of doing hand weeding or mechanical weeding. You will damage the crop. And same thing true when the crop is planted by broadcasting seeds. And it's still done in many areas. So I think, even intercultivation is not possible, hand weeding is the only method. So I think there it has a tremendous scope. And of course, as rightly pointed out by many speakers in the morning, it supports conservation tillage, zero tillage or minimum tillage or conservation agriculture. It has a lot of environmental benefits. It reduces soil erosion, water loss, fossil fuel use, and greenhouse gas emission. Then, of course, because of this, after the herbicides have become popular, the use of herbicides, land has been put into minimum tillage or conservation agriculture in many countries, and you show in the last column the percent increase from 2008 to 2009 to in 8 years' time, how much increase has happened. But unfortunately, in India, it is yet to take off. I think, again, the problem was mentioned by ADG and other people in the morning. So I think there is tremendous opportunity of using herbicides, because you have to think of using herbicides only in such conditions. Otherwise, other methods are not going to work as effectively as the herbicides. And I'm sure that, we talked about in the morning about the direct seeded rice. I think herbicides have a tremendous role to play, and it can revolutionize DSR in India. And of course, for the time being, is only in the IGP areas in Punjab, Haryana, and other Western UP, but it has application in many other areas, and it is again a big environmental impact where saves water, labor, and energy. And we have calculated about 10,000 rupees per hectare. Saving can be done by using, in case of rice, by going to direct seeded rice. So you can just multiply with the number of millions of acres and how much millions of hectares, and you can just work out on the back of an envelope how much money can be saved besides the benefits to the environment. And of course, herbicides offer better control of parasitic weeds and perennial weeds. There is no method to control perennial weeds. It's so deep-rooted, you can't go for deep tillage also, but herbicides are there which can translocate and kill the rhizomes, tubers, etc. And same thing with parasitic weeds also. Orabanche, Cuscuta, or the last one is, the top right one is the Striga harmontica. It's a major weed in the sub-Saharan Africa in maize and sorghum. But thanks to the IMI-resistant herbicides with the seed, as a seed treatment at a very low doses, can take care of much of the Striga problem, and it can certainly help the poor farmers. And this is timely weeding is the most important thing. That's what many farmers are failing to do it. If you don't do it, the weeding operation in time, if you do it late, and it is as good as not doing, particularly in crops which are non-tillering type like maize or sunflower, the plants are so weak, they cannot recover. So I think fortunately, herbicides have a wider window. A lot of flexibility is there. It can be planted sometimes before planting, immediately after planting, early post-emergence. So it can take care of the weeds at the critical period of weed competition. Then, if you delay it, because many times it happens, the rains, you can't predict. And if you do the sowing and next day rain happens, and then it continues for days and weeks. And when you go when the conditions are good, even for hand weeding, you can't get into the field. Particularly in, say, Madhya Pradesh and other areas of black cotton soils, in soybean, for example, you can't. And, by the time you grow, it is at least fortunately, you are at least differentiating cotton crop and the maize crop in the midst of weeds. But there are circumstances or situations wherein it is very difficult to even notice the crop. So much is the weed growth. Density and variety and their fast growth, weeds are, big challenge. You cannot beat them. And then, of course, most important thing is it is cost effective. People try to go for a method which saves money to him. So this is very, very cost effective. And, this is again a data from DWR Jabalpur. And wherein the farmer's practice, in the first column, a lot of weeding, cost is involved because of more labor, higher wages. At the same time, if you go for herbicides, about 40 to 60% saving of cost on weed control. And then, they have done a small case study in central India, the Jabalpur people, and they have calculated about in 4 major crops, at net return over farmers' practices in tons per hectare, it raised from 7,000 to 9,000 rupees per hectare. And then in the small area of that few districts in and around Jabalpur, about 20 lakh hectares or so, it has been now, they worked out the total return, and it runs into some crores, 580 crores in rice and things like that. So if the same thing applies on an all-India level, you can imagine the extra income to the farmers. So this same thing, I use that as one example. For example, if 200 million hectare gross cropped area is there, and about 200 rupees per man day, and you can think that 200 is low nowadays. It goes up to 400, 600 per hectare. So it works out about 80 to 120,000 crores, and the chemical weeding is about 40%. Saving is there. Take it as 50, and straight away with chemical weeding you can save up to 40 to 60 crores. In overall. And we only talk about cereal crops, but there are crops like vegetable crops, orchards, plantation crops, tremendous loss of this thing. But unfortunately, farmers have a fatalistic attitude. Weeds are there, they have been there in my forefathers' time also. Let me do it whenever labor is free. And labor will never be free. He will try to use labor for planting purpose, is the first priority, and things like that. So I think hand weeding or manual weeding or weed management is given a last chance, and that is the tragedy. But besides this cost, you're also increasing the income by more income, this thing. So this is...
Dr. Yadaraju, your 2 minutes super senior extension period.
Oh my God. Okay. Thank you, sir. I will try to go through quickly. And this is additional income with herbicides. And then just again try to do some estimation. So much income can be obtained. And the concerns, of course, you all know the concerns with any pesticide. And same thing holds for the herbicides also. And then I'll try to go through one by one very briefly. And then, of course, we all know that there is the indiscriminate use and lack of awareness, which is the sort of reason for pesticide poisoning. And I think we need to educate the farmers to do the weeding properly. And then I just want to say that, when you say pesticides, it is generally herbicide is also included. But we weed scientists want to differ and say that herbicides are slightly better as compared to other pesticides, and because it has lower mammalian toxicity and things like that. So mammalian toxicity, LD50 values are quite higher in herbicides as compared to insecticides. The last but one column and the two columns, they show that about 2/3 of the herbicides fall in the category slightly hazardous to ultimately no effect. But on the contrary, in insecticides, it is about 2/3. Another big advantage with herbicide is that there is a big window from application to harvest. A herbicide is applied in the beginning, harvested late. It has tremendous scope for degradation of the herbicide in the soil as well as in the crops. And herbicide resistance, we talked about it, and this is the herbicide resistant Phalaris minor in the top, lower right slide. And it has really, and another thing is, we talked about the resistance of Phalaris minor particularly to many herbicides. And here is a list of the number of cross multi-resistance. And the lowly rigidum, for example, it is resistant to 14 sites of action. So not one or two herbicide sites of action. So which herbicide you are going to use? So this is going to be a very, very important thing. And then, of course, I don't want to talk much about herbicide-resistant management, but they have to be done and they have to be taken, very seriously. And then intensive use of myths, or a few myths I just want to cover, sir, if you don't mind. And intensive use of pesticides in India, well, that is not true, considering the size of the country and considering the sort of, the agricultural production. This is a slide from the Crop Care Federation, sorry. And then our use is very much less compared to many countries, and we rank on 11th in the list of major countries using pesticides. And of course, this is per grams per hectare, we all know about it. And then herbicides, another popular myth is that herbicide replace labor and affect their livelihood. They don't know the ground reality. Ground reality is that workforce in agriculture has come down over the years to 43% compared to 60%. Total workforce in agriculture has come down tremendously. At the same time, the wages have increased tremendously. And so I think you need to see the facts before you talk about replacing labor. And another thing is, herbicides are going to liberate labor. You can engage them, you talk about secondary agriculture. I think there is more money in those things, and they can do a sort of more decent job rather than standing in the water and doing the weeding. And of course, Indian food is loaded with pesticides. Well, again, the same thing. This is the data from the network project on pesticide residues of the ICAR, and about 10 years data. It clearly shows that out of the total number of samples, cereals, food, vegetables, everything included, and hardly, less than 2% or little over 2% is above the MRL levels. So why you talk about this is because the environment is different here. You can't just quote the example of the temperate country like Canada, where the soils are heavy and temperature is low, degradation is obviously slow. Our country is different. We have higher temperature, higher rainfall, and naturally the degradation process with all those photo-degradation, chemical decomposition, whatever it is much higher. The next myth is significant negative impact on biodiversity. It is again the same thing. If you talk about, say, corn belt or soybean belt in USA, where crops are planted in thousands of hectares, or maybe lakhs of hectares. That is not happening in India. We are using so many crops in smallholder farms, and naturally there's a mix of crops, and everybody is following their own method of weed management. Hardly there will be any effect on this thing. And another thing is, the regulatory authorities are there to take care of this, and they have been reviewing time and again. And if there is any new reports are coming up about its bad effect, then it can be restricted or withdrawn or banned. So that option is always there. So last two slides, if you don't mind. This is the way forward, is that we have no new herbicide is going to come. We all know about it. So we have to make the best use of the current herbicides. They should see that they work better. And the chairman, sir, you were telling about the safer formulations and how some of the formulations can decrease drift and volatilization. And I think I can quote the example of Corteva. They have come up with a 240 formulation. There the volatilization and drift problems are reduced by 80 to 90%. So you are making herbicides more safer. I'm sure that industry is aware of it, and they are going to do it in the future in a proactive way. And of course, HTC, I don't want to talk about it. And then proactive resistance management strategy. And we heard about the sort of stewardship program of the how it should be done. Precision application. Again, the same thing. There are applications now with the sense and detecting the weeds in real time, and then applying the herbicide only to the weeds. 80 to 90% of the saving can be done. So you are reducing the load of herbicides on the environment, and that is going to be a very, very important thing in the future. And then another request for the industry is that label claim for minor crops. Only few crops are, wherever big area is there, because of their economic consideration, they are giving the label claim. But label claim is not in for minor crops. I think sure that Dr. Mishra will tell that so many farmers will write about what's the weed control in ragi or proso millet. So I think it's very important to extend the label claim. And then, of course, we have to tighten the regulatory procedure so that to gain the faith of the public that we are into it and we are seeing that herbicides are safer, we are not going to spoil the environment. And intensify outreach activities. I think we need to do that in a very intensively. And then, as some mentioning, Dr. A.K. Singh was mentioning, negative propaganda. I think that is the biggest challenge for all of us. And they can, Dr. Majumdar was telling about, they can make anything out of nothing. So that is one thing I think we need to be very, very, last slide. Weeds are going to continue to remain major production constraint, no doubt about it, because they are diverse, they evolve, and they have plasticity. So I think herbicides are expected to play a pivotal role. And of course, we need to integrate other methods for sustainable weed management. So I foresee a weed management program where herbicide will be in the center and all other methods, whatever is possible for the local area, can be implemented. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for the extra time, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Yeduraju. Now I invite my industry colleague Rajveer Rati, who is Vice Chair FSII and Director of Agricultural Affairs and Policy.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. Just for a change, I prepared a slide, but it's for me only. And rest assured, I'll just try to finish within 10 minutes. So thanks, Chair, Co-Chair, and the rapporteur, honorable teachers, my Gurujis, Dr. Malik is here, Dr. Yeduraju is here, Dr. Deepak Pental, Dr. Dadlani, Dr. Mrs. Dadlani, and of course, another Dr. Sadananda, we met after a long time, Ram Kondania, my chairman, colleagues from the industry, and of course, the people who have joined online. And the title given to me is to talk about the GM herbicide-tolerant traits for weed management. Yeah, thanks, Chair. And so what I've done is that, you all know, but I think it's good to reiterate the data, the information, the merit of these kind of traits, especially for how we make our agriculture competitive, one, and of course how we provide efficient tool in the farmer's hand. So it's 2-3 minutes about status of GM crops today, and then of course some data around herbicide tolerant, and then why we need HT crops like GM over there. So if you look at today, since 1996, the first year of introduction of biotech crops, today there are 27 countries which are growing the crop today, which covers 206 million hectares. 206 million hectares, it's not small. And the major cultivated GM crop occupies 83% of the cropped area in the approved countries. And the major crop which are there, we all know, but I think it's also important to reiterate, which are also common to in the Indian context, which are not to be there when it comes to biotech crop. It's only the cotton, what we see in India, and we have seen that what the cotton success story to the world, to the Indian farmers, smallholder farmers, the genus and the overall economy it has provided. Now, often it is being criticized that biotech is not good for food security, sustainability, and climate change solution. But the reality is, data shows just opposite. And how it is. So today, if you look at global economic gain by biotech crops in 23 years, has amounted to more than $225 billion in economic benefit. And to how many farmers? More than 17 million farmers, and majority of them are coming from the developing countries and also from the developed countries. They contribute in terms of crop productivity by 822 million metric ton. 822. If I start putting the zero, probably it will take a lot of time. And this is real data which is on record. It also provides a safer environment if you look at the reduction of load of chemicals. Everyone is talking since morning that how we make it more efficient, more judicious use of chemicals. But I think it's also equally important to note that whatever the tools being available in the toolbox, they are being efficiently deployed, utilized wherever it makes sense from the economic, environment, and of course the political what you can say, fitting into the political arena also, which is also really important. And I think biotech crops tick all three boxes that we have seen what's happening today in the 5 major growing countries like Canada, US, and Latin countries, and of course India, 12 million hectares of cotton since 2002, which is there. And of course reducing CO2 emissions, which is there, which is to the tune of 23 billion kg equivalent. What it means is taking around 16 million cars off the road. Now, there is another contrasting trend which has been noticed globally, and it's all documented, that on an average, the crop increase area, CGIR, or average increase of general cropping, is increasing at a rate of 4.9%. But GM crop acreage is growing at a CGIR of 20% approximately, right? And my friends, let's be aware that these crops are grown by the farmers. So farmer understands what works for him and what doesn't work for him. So the benefit speaks its own volume. Now, in terms of just to reiterate, and we are talking during the lunch, that I think for us collectively it's really important that we should keep on repeating the benefit with the data, the advantage which it is providing. I think it's really important. Even if one person, even if you tell to one person per day, I think it will be a huge contribution when it comes to turning around the environment around in favor of the biotech crops. And that's based on what the economic benefit, what the additional production benefit, and overall environmental benefit it offers. Now, coming to the global status of GM HT crops, so this is about general biotech, everything. Now, coming to the herbicide-tolerant, traits, if you look at in 2019, HT crops were, planted on 81 million hectares, which is 43% of the global biotech acreage total. Now, there are 18 countries in which herbicide-tolerant crops are being grown. 18, 1-8. It's not 1 or 2. And there are 15 crops. 18 countries, 15 crops, both. And
And I can name it, like, it's alfalfa, cotton, chicory, flax, maize, safflower, soybean. So it's all range from the oilseed crops, the fodder crops, and also the grain crops, which is there. And there are a lot of companies and the public sector institutes which are just working around it. Today, what we see is that the combination and single herbicide-tolerant traits are being commercially available. In terms of single, it's glyphosate-based, it's glufosinate-based, it's bromo-noxyl-based, and sulfonylurea. And in combination trait, what we call the stack trait, it's there with glufosinate and glyphosate, then glyphosate with 2,4-D, glufosinate, and so on and so forth. And there are a lot of such traits which are already at the farmer's field and providing huge benefit. Now, I think it's being covered several times in the morning that why we need HT crops. So I'm just going in repetition, but I strongly believe that sometime good things need to be repeated so that it stays longer in our hard memory over here. We have seen that weeds provide the significant reduction in crop yields. Cost of cultivation, of course, is high if it is not being properly managed. It reduces input efficiency. In the morning, we have seen one of the slides, I think it was Dr. G.P. Mishra's slide, was saying that how much nutrient and water it take away, the weeds, otherwise it would have been available to the plants. And weed alone account more than 15 to 85% losses, like if it is not managed properly, and Dr. Yaduraju's slide also mentioned over there. In India, weed causes the highest loss as compared to insect, pest, and disease. Not just the loss, just think they harbor the alternate or work as an alternate host for the insects, which ultimately provide the further harm to the crops or reducing the productivity. Now, just a few things. What will be the benefit of GMHT traits? So I think the benefit is already we have seen it, like in terms of grown by number of farmers globally, number of crops, providing economic benefit and addressing the individual nation's food security and also. And it's also the biggest thing is saving in the labor cost, which is there, which is really important. And Dr. Yaduraju has also highlighted that those people can also be deployed in some other productive activities which will be economically remunerative. Just reiterating, just 2 more minutes. It provides HT crops, provides 100% effective season-long weeding solution. So that's a reality, It has an ability to use no-till or conservation tillage system with consequent benefit to the soil structure and organisms. It's all published. Weed management technology has a potential in substantial increase in the production of food grains, as weeds alone are known to account for approximately on a medium 50%, starting from 15 to 100% if it's not done properly. Of course, it will reduce the fuel usage, of course, there, and better use of water and nutrient crops. I want to just close my thing by saying that the losses due to the weeds has been already quantified in the morning by Dr. ADG Saab was mentioning that it's close to the tune of 28 lakh crore, which need to be controlled. And to control that, we need to have proper strategy, which will require that how to address the shortage of the labor we have in agriculture. And even if it is available, there are 2 things. They may not be available at the right time. If available, the cost is very high, and that's where such tools and technology comes very handy to do it. And to do all, my last thing will be, I think it's important to have the strategies around the stewardship, weed management, which is really, really, really good to prolong the life of these traits, and that comes through education, working with the farmer, working with all the stakeholders in the entire value chain. So my friends, the last thing, these slides will be available, once we summarize the session. So you will have an access to these data, these hard facts. Please use this data to talk around your family, your friends, or whenever you are in the meeting. That will be really helpful, and by doing so, you are doing just one good thing, and good thing for the farmers, so that our Indian farmers should have an access to the tools and technology which is available elsewhere also. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Rajveer. Now I invite Vinayak Raman Sharma, one of my ex-colleagues from Pariyan Alliance Limited, to talk on herbicide tolerance and sustainability.
Thank you, Chair, Co-Chair, respected and eminent scientific community from public and private sector, industry colleagues, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. So topic assigned to me is herbicide tolerance and sustainability. To start with, there are a lot of efforts from the government which are quite visible and happening through different schemes. The part or portion of these schemes is actually investing part and portion on various sustainability efforts. So all these schemes, I'll not go into the detail because we have a time constraint, but these are anyway public data and quite visible because we all working in the same industry. But coming to the topic, so what are the principles of sustainability? So there are basically three principles of sustainability: profitable, human-centric, and environment-friendly. So if we take these three principles and see what are the challenges we are facing currently around these principles. Profitability, we know there is a reduction in per hectare income for the farmer. Yields are stagnant. Some other speakers were also talking about this. Resource use efficiency and income inequality, we know there are, we are a dominant country with small and marginal farmers. Then human-centric, we all know, we all read the news, how, farmers were welcoming the workers at railway station with all band and with a bounty of offers, including Wi-Fi, food, and the special water for the evening. Health issues, we all know, because we have seen there are a lot of, proven studies which has proved that there is a back pain, there are some, continuous working in the water, especially in rice field, is causing skin diseases to the labor. We also have food security challenges. We have to produce more. We have the population which is increasing, and then there is a gender inequality. The ladies, the wages, and the other exposure are not same for male and female, the working people. Environment, not go into the detail. People have spoken, greenhouse gas emission, soil degradation, then depleting water table. There are studies which said, Punjab and Haryana are sitting on the radar and on the red corner if this practice of rice will continue for, one more decade. Then climate change. So with all these, the challenges around the basic principles, so herbicide tolerance is critical for sustainability. It's not a question for you. This question actually stuck to me when I was working on this presentation. Because I was knowing I'll be standing in front of, very learned master of the subject, the people who know everything. So I need not to tell anything, I cannot add any value that herbicide tolerance is critical for sustainability. So what should I share? So I decided to share a practical study, which we have done when, this HTDSR, for us it was full page technology. So this was in process of approval, so we were doing some demonstrations in farmer fields with the help of our team. So we call this as full page enabled smart seeding technology, which was taking farmer from transplanting to DSR, as Dr. Rajveer was sharing in the the forenoon session, that people were struggling, the farmer was struggling with the DSR, then finally to HTDSR, which is full page. So some of the demographics and details of study, this was done in 5 states, Punjab, Haryana, UP, Chhattisgarh, and MP. MP was for 1 year. So total sample size for this study is around 389, 390 farmers. First year was 186 and second year 204. First year the larger dominance was in North, Punjab, Haryana, whereas in second year we had increased farmer number in UP and Chhattisgarh, included MP also into this. So only 7% farmers were repeated in 2 years. Rest all were different farmers, so you can assume this is a big data which is coming from different farmer across the locations. And this is not a small, field. It was a large field, 1 acre each, and the farmers were having full-page DSR, DSR and transplanting side by side in 3 acres across the geography. Date of sowing was same, and transplanting, the practice was farmer practice, and in other 2, it was a recommended practice which was used. The area, why these 5 states? One, of course, these are the states which are the primary target. I mean, the genetics was also fitting well into these geographies, but these are the states which are also contributing 40% to the area and 33% to the production of total country. The interesting fact, one was the seed rate. While Punjab and Haryana in transplanting are using less than the recommended seed rate in hybrid, which is normally 6 kg. I'm talking large, not the fine segment, while they are using 4 kg. But on the other side, the Chhattisgarh and MP, they were using 10 kg in transplanting, and DSR was even up to 12 kg, and some of the farmers were using 15 kg also. Now, if you talk about OPV, they are using even 20 to 25 kg per acre seed rate. But for DSR, we kept it at 7 kg per acre. So the first finding, let us talk about profitability. So if I say profitable, the income, the net income to farmer in full-page DSR was 11% higher than transplanting. So this also includes the cost of full-page seed, which was more than the normal seed. And also, I mean, this is in terms of tangible, but if we talk about intangible, the convenience, the time saving, less risk were also the added benefits. Carbon income is another additional benefit which can increase over a period of time. And fuel and energy savings with the reduction of irrigation is not considered here. So that can be an additional. So one, it is a profitable. It is addressing the first principle and the concern, most of the concerns around that principle. The second is, in terms of human-centric, the larger part is labor. My other, the speakers also spoke about this. If you look at the first bar on the top, to read this chart is, if a farmer is spending 100 rupees in a total input cost in transplanting, how it translates to DSR and full-page DSR. DSR, it will become 90%, whereas in full-page DSR, it will become 86%. So he is saving 14% in total input cost, and the larger contribution is coming from labor. So if you look at the bar, which is within the red line, 37% is labor cost in transplanting, whereas 17% in DSR, while 11% in full-page DSR. So some of the manual weeding which are still required in DSR were not required in full-page DSR. And if you look at the bottom table, the return on investment was much better in full-page DSR, whereas in transplanting it is less. And the impact on yield was negligible. It was on par to better, in fact. There was an additional income in full-page DSR. So this was addressing the second concern, human-centric. Coming to the third, environment-friendly, water saving. So there was clearly, farmer said, 3 to 4 irrigations he could save in first 45 to 60 days of time. So this actually, if we translate, we calculated, there is a possibility of saving up to 2 million liters of water per hectare in rice crop. Soil health, we all know there is no, puddling operation, there is no standing water or flooding required at a regular interval. So there is reduction in tillage or zero, there is a possibility of zero tillage also. Greenhouse gas emission, we know that studies proved it can be reduced up to 45% with the DSR. Energy and fuel, this is a big saving. If a farmer is saving, today we all know water, electricity is free to the farmer, so the counting is not there, but to our surprise, this year when we commercially launched, farmer was in fact sharing the importance of saving water. So he shared with us, sir, teen irrigation kam laga hai. There is somewhere in back of mind the concern of depleting water, the water level going down is there in the farmer, but free mil raha hai, so that is why they are not very outspoken. But this can lead to a saving of 90 units of electricity or close to 12 liters of diesel, which he has to use on irrigating, for 1 hectare for 1 irrigation. So that's a big saving. Now, this all is okay. I mean, we are addressing, the DSR is addressing the challenges to the larger extent, but what is the sustainability? What is important for sustainability of technology? So that is also important. So I'll add what, some of the previous speakers also said. The resistance management. So herbicides with multiple mode of action, pipeline technology. So all this is required. And also the regular, one speaker said, the regular use of technology. So we need to, educate the farmer all around this. Training and awareness, stewardship, strong follow-up. There has to be a proper messaging and also follow-up with the farmer on the practices. Collaborations, this is not individual. Since morning we are hearing science is same for all. So here also collaborations between public, private sector, joint effort, trainings, everything is required. Lastly, very important is legal and regulatory checks, compliances. So there has to be a proper compliance, proper check in place. So there is at least, the approved technologies are being, used by the farmer. So there should not be any exploitation of the farmer by any of the, person in business or at any other level. So that's all from my side. So I'll end my presentation with a quote from late Dr. M.S. Swaminathan. The farmer is the one who produces food for all of us. We must empower him with sustainable practices to protect the planet. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Vinayak. Now I call upon another well-known academic researcher as well as technology developer who has been fighting his own fight. And let us, those of us who believe in the technology, let us join in the fight and let him not walk alone. Professor Deepak Painter. He's going to be talking on herbicide-tolerant trait in mustard.
Slides go. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman, for your generous words. We all know that somehow there's a feeling that agriculture is a very easy area and you just sow some seed and things come out, you sell it in the market. Nobody even realizes how many that plants have difficulties. They have to face pests and pathogens, weeds, as this symposium is on weeds. So there's been a lot of talks on how weeds can depress yields. I think these things are not known to urban communities very well. And therefore, there is a clamor for going back to agriculture which existed before 1900, which everybody knows was insufficient to feed even 1.6 billion people that lived on this planet at that time. And India alone is going to be 1.6 billion when the population will plateau out. We have been working on developing transgenics, and these resistance conferring genes like BAR gene to herbicide Basta for phosphoenothricin, mutant ALS gene, they serve as good marker genes to select in vitro plants. But the BAR gene we used was with Barnase and Barstar. We tested many CMS systems in mustard for hybrid seed production, but all of them had some or the other difficulty. Now I'm told Agura is doing well after almost 60 years of work on that cytoplasm. So we thought, why don't we see how it works? And we learned a lot in how to express genes which are lethal, how to pull out large number of transgenics, in mustard. It's a very easy crop to work with. So we made transgenics for the bar gene along with Barnes and Barstar for maize sterility and restorative system. ALS we tested we didn't want to use antibiotic markers, so we said let's try the 2 mutation containing Arabidopsis gene, and that allows you to pull out a large number of transgenics in vitro. And of course, we got interested in making transgenics for glyphosate resistance. And our colleague who has done all this work is here somewhere. She never told me that she will be also coming, otherwise I would have forced her to give this talk. Her name is Parul Agarwal, and she has done most of the work which is in the 3rd category here, where we also wanted to check whether the 2 ways of dealing with herbicide-resistant crop. One is that the target gene is made resistant to the negative effect of the herbicide. The other is to acetylate it or to convert it into a form which is innocuous. And that's the GAT and GOX genes. So we wanted to compare them, how well they work. The bar gene is necessary in the Barnes-Barstar system. The system works very well. My hope was that we will be covering millions of hectares with mustard hybrids, because long time back we showed that Indian into East European mustard types give about 10 to 15% yield increase. Of course, there are challenges because most of the exotic germplasm of mustard is long day requirement, and you have to convert it, and while keeping the genetic divergence intact as much as you can, so that you can get good amount of heterosis. This thing is still going on in court. This system was ready in 2004. We have forgotten about what we did even in this case, but it lingers on because people, in fact, the activists said that you want to bring in HT trait. This Barnes-Barstar is just an excuse. So how do you deal and how do you argue with such people who think everybody is conspiring and everybody is up to some wrongdoing? But anyway, this is just to show you, I don't want to get into too much of this Barnes-Barstar system, just to show you that if the system is released, we will be using herbicide in a very limited way to make large amount of hybrid seed which can be sown by large number of farmers. Orobanche root parasite, Dr. Yaduraju just mentioned in his broad overview. This is, in the rain-fed areas, it has become a major nuisance, but it's spreading. Even in our fields in Delhi, we see it. It's a very difficult thing to get rid of because it just sits there inside and just pokes itself out when it has to make the seed and shed it. And there were some papers by some of the colleagues, agronomists in working on mustard, where they have shown that at a low concentration, 25 grams per hectare, they are able to control Orobanche and the plant is not affected too much. But, it's very difficult to work in that kind of narrow range. And that's why farmers have probably not taken it up in a very large way. But we developed some transgenics so that the plant is resistant. Incidentally, the root parasites can be only dealt with where you don't detoxify the herbicide. All the genes which detoxify it once it goes into the plant, it gets detoxified, so the parasite is not going to be affected. So only the ALS and EPSPS mutations can be useful for orobanche. A large number of constructs were prepared, and as I mentioned, it's Dr. Parul Agarwal's work. We had a lot of interest in transgenics in our lab, and Dr. Pradeep Burma, my colleague, we made some synthetic promoters, and we tested some UTRs so that there is mRNA stability, so that we don't have to use very 35S double enhancer promoter. A 35S promoter alone with a good mRNA stabilizing UTR gives you as good protection as you will get from 35S double enhancer promoter. So different combinations here, ALS with mutant with EPSPS from CP4, which is an agrobacterium strain which is naturally resistant to glyphosate, doesn't get affected by it. And then another UTR photo. So all these constructs, GOX, GAT, and different EPSPS constructs. And we also wanted to check in the meristem, because the glyphosate travels very fast in the plant and accumulates in the more dividing cells. These are the two constructs finally which we concentrated on, CP4 EPSPS with ALS and double mutant ALS from Arabidopsis and bar gene. But because as we had used bar gene for Barnase bar star based hybrid production system, so we did not want to use it as a marker again. So some of the the plants which she has finalized for going to for the field trials are with ALS and CP4 EPSPS. This gives you the number of plants that were produced. Single copy, you have to do good southerns to find single copy plants, and she is very good at doing good southerns. You can see here that there are some single copy plants. They should be single copy by testing it from both the flanks. And of course, the biosafety regimes ask for that they should not be interrupting any gene. Although, you know, mustard is a polyploid, allopolyploid with two genomes in it. So even if a gene gets interrupted, nothing is going to happen. But anyway, we found out the plants where there was no, where the transgene was not sitting in any reading frame on any gene. Three categories of transgenics based on the sensitivity to different concentrations of glyphosate were produced. Lines showing proper growth at 500 mg per liter, lines resistance to 100 to 200. So just to bring to your attention that the GOX and GAT transgenics are not as good in terms of resistance to glyphosate as is the CP4 EPSPS gene. And of course, if you use meristem promoter, it gets still limited because the other part of the plant doesn't have protection. So 5 homozygous lines, single copy, were identified with the ALS EPSPS construct, and using the Shinde UTR and the other one with photo UTR. And out of these 10 plants, you will notice here there's a different color for those which do not interrupt any reading frame. So S22, P62, P32, and I think there's one more there, which are not interrupting any reading frame. These transgenics are going to be now tested in hotspots where autobank is very common. Of course, we will have to do it in a covered net because there is still some confusion going on how to do confined trials. It should have been much better if it were done outside. In the seed germination assays which were done, it was found that these were the glyphosate concentrations tested. I've given you the results already. Pursuit was also tested, and sulfosulfuron was also tested. This is just shows where the transgene has integrated in the genome, because we have now the whole genome sequence of mustard. Now you can see here in the field, in a net house, at 100 mg, the first line of Varuna is still surviving, but beyond 250 mg per liter, they are within 8 days. The normal plants are dead, while your 10 transgenic lines, which I showed you earlier, out of which we have now picked 3 or 4 which are not interrupting any reading frame. So this is what the data shows. With imidazolinone's Pursuit, there is some bleaching of plants. It does not give full protection, but as compared to the normal Varuna, which dies off very quickly at 60 grams per hectare, even 40 gram is not going to survive later on. As you can see here, after 26 days, the control plants are in very bad shape. So these transgenics can be grown if somebody is using imidazolinones in the preceding crop, but by itself they may not be good enough to take care. And sulfonyl ureas have really bad effect on the plants, so there is no protection. My colleague now, Naveen Bisht, I'm trying to convince him. He's good at genome editing, and he's going to see if the native genes are mutated, what will we get in terms of resistance to sulfonyl ureas and imidazolinones. I have some questions from the audience and from the learned people who have done a lot of work. My good friend Yaduraju, I'm very happy to meet him today after many, many years. You see, India is right at the bottom. Is this true that we are using so little of pesticides? This is total pesticide usage, which includes herbicides, weedicides, insecticides, and I think something is wrong in our surveys, because if we are poisoning ourselves at these low concentrations, then something is horribly going wrong. China, FAO data used to show it very much at the top, but then they said that we have given you, FAO, the data of the total pesticide, not the actual active ingredient. So now they are showing that they are using much less than what was shown in the earlier graphs, which was around 13 or 14. I hope Brazil and Japan are not doing that, but Japan uses huge amount of pesticides. The amount of land is not that high in Japan, so maybe they're getting away with it. But India is a very low user, and why we are such a low user, that just I don't fully understand. And I think we have to be very, very smart on avoiding resistance development. Here, somebody is making one herbicide. I mean, glyphosate, this is such a wonderful molecule. 12 out of 13 agencies which have checked said it has no carcinogenic effect. One agency says it puts it in the same category as hazard from red meat. It's a joke if you seriously look at it, the data. And I think that the word is moving on. The companies may like to bring in another thing which will be under patent regimes and will be much more expensive. And somebody said here that, I think Dr. Azura, you also mentioned that. Let us make a plan with whatever is out of the patent regimes, because that will be cheaper for our farmers. If we go for the patented molecules, they are going to be so expensive because the cost is going very high. And somehow I feel that it's my general complaint about what we are doing in agriculture. We do not have two-way dialogue on the internet with the farmers. Even the new policy which they are talking about, where there is going to be some internet connectivity, we are not going full hog. We need to know what farmers are suffering from. And this may be not very flattering to us, but at least the country, the urban people, everybody would know what kind of problem farmers are facing. And then those could be responded to. But somewhere or the other, there should be something on the web which gives in a very nice manner farmers information on which pesticide, on which crop, when to use, and what precautions are to be taken by the operator. I don't think we have done a good job there. I'm repeatedly asking colleagues about this conservation tillage. Show me one good place where a 35-40 minutes film has been made and shown from one end to the other how different steps are there, and then the farmers can ask questions further and get clarified on these matters. I don't think we should be shy about the knowledge which we have and shy about admitting the knowledge which we don't have and which we will have to generate. So that's about it that I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor Penty. The last speaker in this session is Dr. V.K. Chowdhury from DWR. He's going to be talking on sustainable weed management. So, Dr. Chowdhury, the only request is if there are points that are repetitive, please go over those as quickly as possible.
Respected dignitaries sitting on the dais and off the dais, very good evening to all of you. I'm going to speak on sustainable weed management. Most of the things are already covered, but I will try my level best to skip those slides. But if I will keep skipping those slides, then I will be having nothing. So just I will try my level best to stand for at least 10 minutes. So since morning we have been talking about losses caused by weeds. So just I want to clarify all of you that when we grow the crop, it has to pass through biotic and abiotic stress. So when we talk about crop loss from this abiotic stress, so that contributes around 60%, and from biotic stress it is 40%. So whatever the data I am showing here, it is from the biotic stress only. So the 40% out of this 37, when we consider this 40% as a total, so out of that 37% is from this weed. So this is very important to know because I think it was missing. And there are our various concerns as far as weed is concerned. It's not only in agriculture, but for this aquatic system and pasture land, for this public amenities area and forest area also, these weeds are creating so much of havoc. And there are certain emerging issues already talked on that aspect, so I am not going to touch on those. But as on date, when we consider this globally, around 533 registered number of herbicide resistance cases are there. And these weeds are having the special characteristics of plasticity. That is a very, very important. If they are not getting the resources, then they can complete their life cycle as early as possible, like ephemerals. And herbicide-resistant crops are there. So previous speaker, they have already talked about stewardship. So we have to prepare the strong stewardship, and that need to be followed strictly. And misconception about integrated weed management. Normally, we say that when we go for integrated weed management, then cost will be very high. But it's not the reality. And normally, we go for one spray of herbicide and one hand weeding, that is integrated weed management. But it's not like this. So there are various methods. We need to include all of them in very sustainable manner so that the cost will be not that high and it should be sustainable. And still, we are using old molecules. As Dr. Auditorium sir very rightly mentioned, some new formulations are coming for this 2,4-D. So we need to use those molecules judiciously. And herbicide-related contaminations are there that need to be addressed. Climate change is major issues. And as far as India is concerned, let's talk. We are discussing a lot of things on educating the people. But many of you are aware that in UG courses, this weed science is not there now. So that need to bring into consideration so that from beginning itself, we can train the good weed scientists. So these are some of the issues. So why always these weeds win the race? So they have certain characteristics. By that, they always win from the crop. So one is the dormancy. Another one is they develop so much of biomass below ground as well as above ground. So these characteristics they have. And efficient uptake of nutrient and water. Under limited condition, they have the certain characteristics so that they can uptake the nutrient and water from even deeper layer. And ability to tolerate in various level of resources. As I mentioned that in low level of resources also they can survive. And genetic and environmental adaptability and ability to develop resistance to control measures. If we are doing the control measures, same type of control measures for longer time, then definitely they have the adaptability and they become the tolerant and then resistance. So when we talk about weed management, then this seed bank is very, very important. So it is important for us to know who is sleeping in our soil. And we all know that weeds are the symptom of the problem, but the real problem is seed bank. So we need to target the seed bank, what kind of seeds are there, and accordingly we have to strategize our management practices. So we all know that there is two kind of seeds are there, dormant and non-dormant. If dormant seeds are there, they will remain there in the field for many years. So we have to target them also, how that can be depleted. When we talk about this weed seed bank, so this is just a reverse from our saving accounts. Normally, we used to put so much of money in our accounts, but this is the just reverse. We need to withdraw as much as possible from the seed bank. So weed management practices we'll talk about, then the severity is very, very important. Normally, we go for weed management practices every year, but still the weeds come up. From where they are coming? Now, when we go to farmer, they used to say, "Sir, हर साल हम weeds को निकालते हैं, फिर भी ये कहाँ से आ जाता है?" So yeah, the dormant seeds are there. They are coming as and when they get the good environment conditions. So this is the just whatever the work we have carried out at our station. I try to put it in the slide. If we keep weeding for 5 years, then we can deplete the weed seed bank, and after 5 years it will be around 5%. And by any way we can skip for a year or a season, then again we will reach to the what 5 years back we had been. So this is the very, very important. So we should not stick on the practices what we are doing at the farm. So we need to stop the weed seed set, keep weed number as low as possible, and stop seed spreads, and target weed seed at harvest. So this stop weed spread, that is a very, very important thing. Normally, when some of the weeds they left after doing some management practices, and we go for cultivating, then they start spreading from there. So we need to follow good agronomic practices as well as some management strategy to minimize their spread. If some kind of weeds are still remain in the field, then we can go for targeted burning. Although burning is not recommended, but if precisely we are doing, then by that way we can minimize the weed seed bank. This is a very, very important practices. So this can be adopted. And these are some of the strategies, nothing new in it, but certain management practices we need to do. As I mentioned, we need to stop the seed set, keep crop ahead of the weeds, and we need to keep monitoring the field so that what kind of weeds shift is there, what kind of changes is happening in the field. So we need to trap those information, and accordingly we have to synthesize our management practices. This is already spoken by Dr. Yajraju sir, so I am not going to tell, but just initial weed management is very, very important. Normally we say 1/3 of the crop life is critical period. So in that stage, if we are going for weed management, then that protect our yield. And later on, if we are doing some kind of weed management practice, that's cosmetic only, and we are just stopping the weed seed to generate or synthesize, and the yield protection will be less. So this is a very important stage where we need to target the weeds. This is already mentioned. So there are certain management strategy like preventive methods. So in this method, we should not allow the weeds to enter in the field by any means. Maybe it is through our manures, our seeds, our irrigation water, or by any means, weed seeds should not enter into our field. And cultural practices, we should support the crop, not the weeds. So whatever the management practices we are doing, agronomic practices we are doing, it should be in favor of crop, but not in favor of weeds. There are various mechanical measures, but it is again site specific. So we need to, wherever it is required, then we should go for tilling. There are various tillage implements are there. Maybe it's mold plow, it's cultivator, it is harrow. So based on the weed severity, we need to identify which are those implements need to be used. And similarly, these chemical methods we'll be discussing little detail. And biological methods, wherever the one specific kind of weeds are there, and some selective bioagents are there, host specific, then those need to be introduced in that area. And this biotechnological intervention need to be adopted. And utilization is one of the most important thing. If you are utilizing the weeds, so that is the also one of the control measures. So preventive methods I have already mentioned. So these are the cultural methods. I am not going in detail. Mechanical method I have already spoken. There are certain machines that can be used based on the severity of the weeds. So these are the details. I am not going in detail. So chemical as the advantages we have already discussed. So this chemical is still very, very important. There are so much of advantages are there. But along with this, certain limitations are also there. So we need to be taken care of those limitations, and accordingly we have to use these herbicides judiciously. So again, to use those herbicides judiciously, stewardship is very, very important. So right choice of herbicide is one of the most important things. So based on the kind of weed flora we have in our field, we have to pick the herbicide, and right choice. And this right doses, again, we should not go for sublethal dose. And as per the recommendation, we should go for this herbicide. Right place is also important. Right place in terms of two way. One, where weeds are there, we need to apply the herbicide there. And again, the procurement of herbicide, from where we are procuring. We have good faith on some dealers who gives us good quality products, so we have to procure the herbicide from there only. So, so that the herbicide, what material we are procuring, that should not be spurious in nature. And application method is, again, it is very, very important thing. So based on that, we should use. So these are the list of the chemicals. It is very, very difficult for telling all those things and grasping also. So these are the important herbicide. Now we all know that two-way herbicide, three-way herbicides are coming. So based on the spectrum of the weeds as well as their potential, we have to use those herbicides for broad spectrum weed control. So when you talk about direct seeded rice, there are very good molecules available in the market, and they are providing weed control for longer time, like petlachlor, parazosulfuron. So this is a very good herbicide. But every herbicide is having their own limitations. So we should know that what kind of weeds are there in our field and what is the strength of that product. So based on that, if you are using, then definitely we will get the broad spectrum weed control. So these are the list of the herbicides. So I am not going in detail. Similarly, for wet DSR and transplanted rice, this is the list. So I am not going to read. Just you can see this. So for the maize also, very good herbicides are there in the market, and for that the maize area is very so much of area is under maize. So this is also good sign. But still, some of the weeds like Rhodbolia cochinchianensis is coming, so for that also, some of the herbicide is in pipeline, and if due course of time, those will be available in the market, we can use them, and then those kind of weeds can be controlled easily. For soybean also, the list is very long, so some ready-mix herbicide with different mode of actions are there, so those herbicide can be used, and even we have tested at our DWR. We have collected the biotype from Madhya Pradesh, and many of the biotypes they are showing resistance up to 8x, especially for Echinoclova corona and this Communina communis and bengalensis. For that also we have synthesized the management strategy, how we need to do the practices so that this will not create the problem. So based on the problem, we should select the this solution. For these are the list of the herbicide for groundnut, for wheat. So what we did is, this list is very long, so I am not going in detail. So what we did, whatever the herbicide are there, so we brought all together in app. So this is the weed manager, one app we have developed. So what we did here, different seasons are there. When we go for these seasons, so in drop down, what kind of crops can be grown in that season, it will come. And if you click those crop, then what are the associated weeds with that crop, it will display there. And what are the recommendations is there, we can get it from this app. So this is a very good handy app you can use wherever you are there. Similarly, further we have improvised and DWR HerbCal. Here we can calculate what kind of product is there in market. We need not to type anything, only we have to type the area, how much area we are cultivating. So based on that, it will just calculate if this herbicide is required of this formulation, this much volume, and how much of this water is required. Everything it will come, and based on that we can use. So this is very, very important things. If you are going, once you download, you can use anywhere, and even you can suggest your retailer also and your farmers also. So they can use for their benefit. So parasitic weeds, of course, this is another problem, and some of the weeds they have already spoken about. So Cuscuta is one thing. So as of now, we are managing these weeds by using this pendimethalin, 30 EC, 1 kg AI per hectare, but it requires moisture. If moisture is there, then only it works well. And in Bersim and Lucerne, we apply little late, means early post-emergence, then only it works well. Even we can control this by applying this paraquat, a directed spray, and spot application. Similarly, Orobanki in this soil solution, but it is costly affair. And deep plowing is one solution. And even in tobacco, although it's not registered in tobacco, but imidazole by using 30 gram, we can control this Orobanki. And in brinjal is oxyflorphane, and this neem cake also can be used in some of the crop where this Orobanki is the problem. Striga is another problem, especially in sugarcane. So recently, some very good formulation 3-way herbicides are there in the market, like pyrosulfuron, 2,4-D, and metribuzin. Those kind of herbicide can be used, and you will get the very good control of this Striga. Loranthus is another issue in this our avenue trees and forest trees. So cotton padding of using this 2,4-D, metribuzin, and copper sulfate, it provides good control. So we can use these things. Again, biological control, this is very host specific, like water hyacinth, we can use Neochaetna brucei and Neochaetna aicorni. By using this, we can stop the flowering of that water hyacinth, and subsequently seed production will be stopped. For Parthenium hysterophorus, Zygogramma bicolorata is one of the beetle that can be used. And similarly for Salvinia molesta, as my director, Dr. J.S. Mishra,
Dr. Chaudhary, please try to
just
wrap
concluding, sir. So Certovega salvini can be used, and for Lantana camera, Telinoma scropulosa is there, that also can be used, but efficiency is not that good. So whatever the technology, cultural methods, these preventive methods, mechanical methods, and chemical methods are there, apart from that, we can integrate like precision weed management or site-specific weed management. There are certain, many of the people, they are working in this area, and they are coming out with a very good technology. By that, we can identify the weeds, we can separate the weeds and crop, and see and spray kind of things we can do. Wherever weeds are there only we can apply the herbicide. Drones now, as Bisparibak sodium has got the level claim for that, and that can be also used. Abrasive grids, by using some very compressed air, we can supply this, and it physically damages the weeds. Harvest weed seed control, of course, this is widely used in Australia, but this kind of things we can use in large farms. And nanotechnology is one of the options, so we can encapsulate the herbicide with some nanoparticles, and it has so much of advantages. And future, this advancement like RNAi and this CRISPR and CRISPR-Cas9 and this our alteration of sex ratio of dioecious plant, that can also be used. So this need to be integrated with other management practices. So my message would be, we should not depend on large hammers. We have to use whatever the management practices are there that need to be integrated in judicious way. And of course, this by adopting this integrated weed management practices, definitely we can sustain the this weed severity, and we can sustain our crop productivity. It will be economical also, and it will be viable also, and environmental friendly also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chaudhary. Let us thank all the speakers in this session. They did a wonderful job of covering varied topics. And my apologies to the organizers. They gave me a mandate to limit this and then close it before 4 o'clock. Sorry for that.
No problem, sir. Thank you so much. And now I would take some moment. Yes, sir?
Just I shall take 2-3 minutes here.
Sure, sir.
And I think all these papers which are presented in this session are very high quality and all this. I just like to make, because it deserves, I think, a lot of discussion, but there is no time. So I shall make very, specific comments. Dr. Yaduraju, 2 points I would like to share with you. Number one, the share of herbicides in pesticide consumption is much higher today. It's around 20 to 23%. And it may soon overtake fungicide. Fungicide is around 25, 26. It's around 22, 23. This is one information I want to give you. And the nomenclature, you are very right, pesticides. Now the nomenclatures which we are considering, the highest what is the plant medicines. Some people have suggested this might be accepted someday. But right now, pesticides is very hardly used. It's either crop protection chemicals or agrochemicals and even crop care chemicals, because now the new compounds which are coming, or new materials or products which are coming, like biostimulants, which are growing at double the rate, CAGR 14% against pesticides 7%. Yeah? So pesticides may be slowly going away, fading away, and we are using agrochemicals or crop protection chemicals or crop care chemicals. Mr. Rajveer has already left, so I would not. Dr. Vinayak, Vinayak Raman Sharma, I would just like to make my one comment that DSR versus transplanted rice, I think, or the Dr. A.K. Singh, who is the pioneer, worked on this thing. In my opinion, since my student days in IRI, I have been hearing, or we have been hearing, that many of the crops are grown in places where they should not have been grown. And where is transplanted rice in Punjab? Punjab doesn't have the agroclimatic conditions suitable for transplanted rice, and it is ecological disaster today that the water table has gone down so much, I think 150 feet or so, and even 20 years ago it used to 50, 60 feet. Yeah. So long ago we should have switched over to DSR, and if some pressure is required from the government, I think that should be, and now Dr. A.K. Singh has done so much of work on that. So my humble request is that this should be implemented. DSR should, telling the area is going down, up and down, 1 lakh hectare, 2 lakh hectare going down. I think this must be pushed very hard, DSR. And Professor Deepak Pental, he is academic, is a wonderful thing. You have done some pioneer work, sir. So, this thing takes a lot of time to discuss. Just one point which you raised, that how the use of pesticide is so low. So the latest government figure is 290 grams per hectare. Till 1 year, 2 years ago, it was 335 grams. Industry's figure is around 500 grams per hectare. This is mainly because of two reasons. One is that perhaps very correct figures are not submitted to the Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers. We show around 60,000 tons of technical pesticides are used in the country. And if you divide that by the gross sown area, it comes to around that. And the second reason, especially herbicides, where it used to be 1.5 to 2 kg per hectare, now it has come down to 10, 15 grams per hectare. So that is also reducing the usage of this thing of herbicide or the total pesticide, reflecting on that. The other thing, of course, there is no time to discuss, so I won't raise it. But would you like to tell us, sir, that what is the latest position of GM mustard? The government going to allow it, or? Yeah, that is.
Yeah, probably that will also be a long discussion. We can cover that separately. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to take a moment and invite Mr. Rajveer Rathi to kindly do the honors and offer a token of appreciation to our experts at the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our session chair, Dr. Ramanathan Vairamani from Rallis, India. Our co-chair, Dr. J.C. Majumdar. And our session rapporteur, Dr. Jitendra Soni. Thank you so much, sir. I would also like to take a moment to felicitate our speakers. If I could request Dr. Ramanathan Vairamani to felicitate our speakers, Dr. N.T. Yaduraju, former Director, ICAR, DWR, Jabalpur.
Dr. Yaduraju.
Mr. Rajveer Rathi, Vice Chairman, Federation of Seed Industry of India, Government Affairs, Bayer Crop Science. Dr. Vinayak Raman Sharma. Thank you so much, sir. May I also request our session co-chair, Dr. J.C. Majumdar, to kindly felicitate our speakers, Professor Deepak Pentil, Professor Deepak Pentil, former VC, University of Delhi, Dr. V.K. Chaudhary, ICAR, DWR, Jabalpur, Thank you so much, sir. This is the official conclusion of our session 2 for today. Thank you to the experts and speakers. We now move on to the final session of the day, session conclusion, challenges and learnings, where we will summarize the key discussions and insights from today's brainstorming meeting. The session will be chaired by Dr. R.M. Malik and co-chaired by Mr. Ram Kondinia. Before we begin, I would like to invite Dr. R.M. Malik, Mr. Ram Kondinia, and Dr. V.K. Chaudhary to kindly grace their presence on the dais, please. So we've made a small change in the interest of time. We plan to have the tea break after the session conclusion session, so that we'll have good time for networking as well.
Good afternoon, friends.
I would like to request Dr. V.K. Chaudhary to kindly offer a token of appreciation to our chair and co-chair for the session, Dr. R.M. Malik and Mr. Ram Konvitia. Over to you, sir.
We had a very fruitful day today. We have already only 1 hour we had, but now we will have only half an hour. We will not delay it beyond that, beyond 5. There were very good presentations from effect of weeds to the consequences using herbicides, and to policymakers and regulators. If there are some very important questions, we can discuss them. There were 2 or 3 major points of discussion. I think today's day, Dr. A.K. Singh is gone? Dr. A.K. Singh brought in something very different, and the work started by Dr. Pentel, because he is the only person known for looking at STs, you know, and that has been brought to the productive use by Dr. A.K. Singh. So there has been a number of developments, and people like me who have followed right from the start of use of herbicides to the consequences of use of herbicides and to the future consequences of using new technologies. When I first joined job, I saw maybe 2,000, 3,000 plants of Laris in 100 or 200 plants of wheat. So that flourish came not because of herbicides, but because of agronomy. But after we recommended herbicides, we used to distribute herbicide with the help of police. It was in so high demand. And when we started encountering problems, within 12, 13 years, we started getting problems. And when we reported that there could be possibility of resistance, there was resistance for acceptance of the fact. Same thing I can understand, you know, what Dr. Pentel may feel all around, that how, you know, opinionated people could be to stall some of the processes. I'll give you one more example regarding ideology. I had a friend who was always talking about organic farming. I requested him to show his field, He showed me his field of tomato, organic tomato. There was only one tomato in his field. And I told him that there is only one tomato. Do you know what he said? Iski atma saaf hai. You cannot help with ideology. You cannot help with ideology. But ideology is not a judgment. Judgment has to be based on data. Judgment has to be based on the evidences. Even in court of law, you cannot pass a judgment without evidence. And I think whatever we discuss today, we all should join hands that we sustain it. And there are two important groups. One is farmer, another is regulator. When we talk of regulators, regulator also has the same responsibility as we have. The Secretary of Agriculture would like to show as much as possible during his or her tenure. So his or her interests are same as our interest. So we will have to keep them on our right. Dr. A.K. Singh has come. I salute you, Dr. A.K. Singh. This day, today is your day. We were talking about what will happen next, So, if we keep our regulators on our right, if our own institution regulator on our left, and if our farmers on the center, then 50% job is done. And this is what Dr. A.K. Singh has done. Because people knew what is happening from last 3-4 years. He has been bringing a regulator to his site. He had been showing it to the farmers. And there was a farmers group, farmers presser, regulator were convinced, and it was from public sector, and it was approved. So that 25th May is a great day for all of us, because now it has opened the gate. Now it's our responsibility to save that, to sustain that, and multi-institutions, It is time of not one scientist, not one group of scientists, not one institution. It is the time of multi-institutions. It is the time of partnership between public and private. Why we scientists have relatively been more successful in improving the system productivity, because we had always been working in partnership. We have seen how private sector works, we have seen how our public sector works. When BT cotton was discussed, in the month of August, there will be debate for days together that the quality of pesticide is bad. 100% farmers, I know 100% farmers were under debt at that point of time. But we were discussing the quality. We never discussed the resistance. But private sector knew that resistance had come 20 years back, because they had been working in the farmer field. Same thing happened with us. Because if you are not working at farmer's field, especially today's topic cannot be resolved. Because in our research farms or in our research establishment, we will never get resistance, because it is being rotated. Herbicides are rotated, pesticides are rotated, crops are rotated. But farmers, you will definitely get, those experiences. And when you have that kind of, data, nobody can deny it. And when we first reported, our coordinator at that time said that resistance in wheat cannot happen. So I think it's very important that we generate a lot of data, we share data, and then, you fight for our cases. This is one thing. If you have any special, discussion point so that it can be brought to the proceedings and can be discussed later on, I think the House is open for discussion for maybe 10 minutes so that some of those points can be, brought in and we can discuss everything what discussed in the whole day in 2 sessions, One question from private sector for, our colleagues who have been discussing about the, some kind of opposition from NGOs or something like that. So, any question regarding that? No question.
I can say something on that.
Yeah.
So I think this point came up from Dr. Singh, Yaki Singh, when he spoke, and so of course this is my favorite subject, that what the activism is doing to the country and doing to agriculture. I sat in 2 meetings, one in Bombay and another in Pune, meetings between those who support and those who oppose. And there were technical discussions, there were ideological discussions, and there were discussions based on economics, so society and various kinds of things, but finally they were not convinced because they came with the intention of not getting convinced. So that's how it was. So there are political oppositions, there are ideological oppositions, there are ignorance-based oppositions, there are deliberate oppositions. So I think all put together, if you have seen the newspapers last 1 week, there is a concerted effort around the country by some of these people to bring farmers, some people who are called farmers, into one room and then give a press statement that farmers from South are opposed to GM crops, farmers from Punjab are opposed to GM crops and things like that. And if you read one of the statements I was reading about Karnataka farmers, some Raitu, some organization is there. So they gave a statement, and from which it is very clear, it was very clear to me when I sat in those 2 discussions also in Pune and Bombay, that opposition to GM is only one part of the agenda. The real agenda is to oppose anything that is technology-based solution to agriculture. And they did talk about, so my worry today is that we made a lot of mistakes in GM. We didn't do proper outreach, and we have not actually educated the public. And we didn't speak. Let's face it, scientists did not speak, which is the biggest problem that GM faced. And that same problem will be faced by gene editing tomorrow. Because the same people will come after gene editing tomorrow. SDN3 anyway is equal to GM, so SDN3 will never go through, I can tell you. If GM doesn't go through today, tomorrow SDN3 will not go through. So we are left with only SDN1 and SDN2. They will find many reasons how to oppose SDN1 and SDN2. So I think, and after that they will attack hybrids. It is also on their agenda. Because the purpose is to take us back to traditional farming and not to use any inputs from outside. So that is really the agenda. So we have to be careful, and my earnest request is that we have to make a huge effort, not small efforts. Whatever we discuss in meetings like this, There's no meaning to outside people. They are not concerned with what we say. The real farmer is not concerned with anything, whether it is GM or GE or whatever. He wants his economic returns. That's all that a good farmer and a real farmer wants. He is not bothered whether it is. He is also not bothered about sustainable farming. Let me tell you this. The real farmer is not bothered about sustainable farming also, if it doesn't give him economic returns. So whatever gives him returns, he will follow. That's it. It is a very simple rule for him. For him, it is a day-to-day living survival issue. So let's not think very big that we tend to put a lot of load on the farmer. He has to protect our environment. He has to produce safe food for us. He has to save natural resources. He has to do this. He has to do that. It's not his job. He has to make money. It is a survival question for him. So I think whatever we talk, solutions must be commercially viable for the farmer. Just keep that in mind. That's point number one. Point number two is that we have to stand up, and we means scientists, because if industry stands up, industry writes, I write quite a lot, I speak quite a lot in meetings and seminars. That is seen as a, there is a vested interest for the industry in this. Although industry does make a lot of investments, so I don't understand why industry should not have a vested interest, because they have invested thousands of crores. So when you invest, you have to get returns. So industry will, as they say, conflict of interest. Today I saw a letter from one of the farmers' organizations to Environment Minister, in which they talked of conflict of interest of GAC members. Now GAC members are biotechnology scientists, technical people. If you say that if you are a biotechnologist, then you have a conflict of interest. That means if there is an organization which says that we want GM-free India, it's a coalition for GM-free India, means they don't have conflict of interest or what. So basically it is all twisting of facts, twisting of language, semantics, which actually they are playing with. So I think we have to stand up. Scientists must talk. And scientists must come forward. They must come into the media. They must come in, write. They must speak. They must speak in front of TV. They must go to the Prime Minister. Why they are not going? I mean, if you want to solve the problems of the country, of agriculture, we cannot solve through incremental things, because the situation is very complex. And this is a do-or-die situation right now. The recent Supreme Court order has made this into a do-or-die situation for both sides. So they are making all-out efforts to put a permanent lid on GM technology. So I think we have to really work together. We have to make sure that the false narrative which is going out into the public, the normal public is highly confused. They don't know what is right, what is wrong. So it is also our duty to educate the normal public, regular public. And our own families may believe or may not believe, right, if you don't explain it to them. If a housewife doesn't accept GM food, GM technology will never fly. It is as simple as that. So it is also our duty to educate housewives, those who actually decide about food, who are the decision makers about food. I think those are a few things, but problems of agriculture and answers to the problems are well known in the country for many decades. So we keep discussing the same things, but we have to do something different. If we don't do something different, results will be the same. So I think we need a very concentrated effort of an outreach at all levels: politicians, legislators, bureaucrats, public, and even judiciary. We have to educate them about the technology. If they don't understand technology, how will they give proper judgments? I think that is what I would like to mention about this, that particular aspect of, because if somebody is opposing Dr. Singh's technology, that it is not good for India's food security. It is a height of deliberate opposition. It is not even ignorance. They know that it is good, but they want to oppose it because deliberately they want to oppose.
I think this is one point of discussion. I think 3-4 speakers brought out this during their presentations. But you know what Dr. Ram said, there has to be some concrete proposal for that. It's not that we just bring in the proceeding, and there could be, you know, a kind of number one, you know, to protect this technology, as we discussed with Dr. A.K. Singh, you know, there has to be a proper stewardship. There has to be proper, you know, mechanism where we can discuss some of those things. And there could be some protocols, you know, and I think that, and then for the overall, you know, scenario, we probably need to constitute something like some action committee on that, private and public sector, and I think later on you can go ahead with that. And I think Dr. Mishra, and where is Rana ji? Okay.
Rana had left, I think, but I mean, we can say on behalf of our association that we will be.
Yeah, Rathi is there, you know.
Rathi is there, yeah.
So this is one issue. Another policy issue which I feel, you know, even within private sector, we sometimes, you know, discuss many things, but we agree on that, but we don't implement it, you know. For example, when the question of volume comes in, you know, the private sector will, you know, they will say yes, but they never agree because it's question of profit and, you know, system. Herbicide Resistance Action Committee, we constituted, you know, back in, you know, 2000, 2001. You know. And we used to meet quite frequently, and there used to be decision that in order to delay resistance, you need to rotate herbicides. And when we put this proposal, everybody agreed, you know, that we need to rotate it. But that was not implemented in a true spirit, you know. And there has to be rotation, you know. You know, the rotation of herbicide, no monoculture, no monoherbicide, you know. Now, same thing will happen with this product tomorrow, you know. So you will have to look at, you know, those kind of issues. And the competition, because one thing which we learn in weed science is the competition, and the same competition is there within the private sector also. So I think we have to be religiously, you know, following some of those things, you know, that if there is a rotation, there has to be rotation, you know. What is happening now in Punjab and Haryana? We have done survey, so no farmer is using less than 2 shots. No farmer is using a single herbicide, they are mixing all herbicides. Scientists don't have provision of monitoring. If you look at one component which is lacking in all you know, scenarios, including private sector, they may be having their internal monitoring, no issue, but overall monitoring that what is happening. And here you will find that if you ask scientists in Punjab and Haryana, they will say that there is a problem. But there is a serious problem of, you know, cross resistance. Everywhere there is steep. And we are still, you know, the seed is going from Punjab or Haryana to, you know, eastern part to every part. We talk about Mexico, that the seed came from Mexico, it created problem for us. But seed going from Punjab and Haryana, which is resistant and cross-resistant flourish, if it goes to other states, it will create same problem. So there has to be, you know, some, you know, issue with related within the private sector, within the public sector, you know. So I think this is another issue, you know, which, you know, because in order to delay or in order to, you know, avoid resistance to happen, so some of these are very sensitive issues, but they need to be resolved. So that's another conversation. Now,
question.
Sir, I also have a comment, sir. Here, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Dr. Singh sir's presentation, as he mentioned that, okay, after releasing that herbicide tolerance rise, so many articles were there in the newspaper that, okay, it was bad, it is like, okay, not going good. So that will always be there, sir, because each and every coin has two faces. But how we address that problem, whether like we have replied to those articles or not in the same way, that is actually required by the scientific community.
I think there are some methods. One is that you have a complete data set from the farmers, from experiments. You can have even testimonials,
Sir, other way around.
Yeah.
While writing like those people, were they having like data with them, or without having data they have like questioned?
They will talk without. Yeah, Doctor.
Yeah, Dr. AK.
So, this point came when Mr. Prashant Bhushan has served a legal notice to Director General ICAR and Secretary there. And this legal notice talks about criminal proceedings against the inventors of ST and those who are involved in releasing the technology. The reasons given: number one, that they have violated the law of land, they have not taken approval of genetic engineering appraisal committee before releasing this herbicide-tolerant crop. So without understanding that this is not a GM herbicide-tolerant, this is a non-GM herbicide-tolerant trait, and therefore there is no need to go to GAC for approval, right? Two, that it will promote the use of poisonous chemical in a very large quantity. To that also we replied saying that even without herbicide-tolerant crop in this country, we are using 10,000 tons of active ingredient of herbicide. Every farmer in rice is using pendimethalin, is using bisperibacter sodium, whether he is transplanting in transplanted condition as well as in direct seeded also. So whether ST crops are there or not, herbicides are being used. The only difference is that for those herbicides which are being used, they are selected in such a manner that the crops have a natural tolerance while weeds do not have. So that point also has been addressed. And then third point is that it will create unemployment and blah, blah, blah. So they are also, paying 450, 500 rupees per day for a labor. You don't have labor. You see, one of the principal driving force for adoption of direct seeded rice is and has been non-availability of labor for transplanting. That is the key driver as of now. Farmers are not thinking about saving water, they are not thinking about greenhouse gas emission. The main problem is labor and the expensive labor, which of course will have associated benefits for sure. So these points have been addressed, but since this is a legal notice served to ICAR, it cannot be replied in public, it has to be served in a particular manner. So those responses have gone. But let's see, they are not, because I am sure they know that it is not a GM, and they know that the question that they are asking is wrong. But by asking such questions, they will be able to create a narrative for people who do not understand, they will be carried away. And that's a purpose behind it. It is not that they don't know it.
It is not a science-based or fact-based fight. It is a fight for perception. You create a perception in the country, in the minds of politicians and others, those who make decisions about technology by talking and printing it in the press. I have, just for your information, whenever such reports come from our association, we write rebuttals. Those rebuttals are never published. So even the media many times looks to publish only those things which are more sensational than actually fact-based things that we try to provide as rebuttals. Yeah, madam.
Just one point, that maybe instead of focusing more on, of course, that should go on only English national dailies, we should also concentrate writing I mean, from the scientific community, writing to all the local newspapers, whether it is Dainik Bhaskar or Punjab Kesari or any in Maharashtra, Sakal or something, because these are the newspapers which farmers read more. So they also be convinced that no, this technology is good for us. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
In these kind of issues have to be data-based and science-based, as you were saying. Without scientific bent of mind, you can stretch things any way you like.
Yeah,
No, the reality is that there is an arms race. This is a very frequently used term in evolutionary biology, arms race.
I just wanted to add, if the opposition is from the farmers, it will be extremely easy to convince them. So this is actually like shadow boxing in the name of protecting farmers' interests and the country's interests. These are proxy fights. And like the chair said, it is very difficult to understand what is the driving force and why would actually somebody want to drive the country thousands of years backwards is beyond comprehension. So we need to clearly understand if the easiest way they are going to take is to run to the judiciary, file a public interest litigation and be the saints, then I think that is the very first thing we need to figure out a way to tackle.
What I feel is that we need to have hard data to convince the policymakers. Like Dr. A.K. Singh was mentioning in the morning, how that paper from DWR about the actual yield losses helped him. It was a data for 10, 15 years with so many field trials all over India. I think we lack in other places. For example, herbicide. Do we know the economic impact and the environmental impact? I think it's time that we initiated such studies. And same thing with DSR. We all know DSR is good, but as somebody said, other people are not going to listen. Once we leave out of this hall, it will not be pursued. So what I feel is that maybe DWR, in consultation with maybe that National Research Center for Agroeconomic Research, I think you need to involve some social scientists and initiate studies, scientific studies, so that at least our policymakers are convinced. Farmers are using herbicide, but policymakers will come and say, because they're listening to the activists who say that it's going to replace labor. In that same way, you could have stopped popularizing computers. So I think we need to have data to say that it is benefiting the farmers. Here is the data. I think we should identify, Dr. Malik, about some few areas wherein such studies can be made, and maybe the seed industry and the herbicide industry can help us in maybe in funding and in generating the data. I think we need to talk about with hard data. Nobody can say no, we can't do it. Your only scientists are arguing. I think that's what I wanted to.
I think data generation or evidence generation is the key. If you can really, get into this, and you can definitely convince a policymaker, you can convince even the courts,
But,
See, as far as, for example, there was some discussion on DSR also. Policymakers are convinced. They are, giving a lot of money. Farmers are convinced because they come forward, to adopt it. But again, situation is such that we the scientists, we don't agree with each other. That's the problem. For example, sometimes we become too enthusiastic for, any technology. Now what happened with DSR? We started looking at numbers, 20,000 acres, 100,000 acres, And in order to do that, it's very easy, just to cultivate the field, then, seed rice and then irrigate. And this is what is happening in Haryana, Punjab, The only question is how to de-risk rice. We have not taken out the risk out of rice, accepting this one risk, Now, in order to de-risk rice, we'll have to collaborate, we'll have to agree with each other. For example, if we are doing pre-sowing irrigation, maybe once, maybe twice, and then seed DSR, that is where there is saving of water. There is absolutely no saving of water. Because if we seed rice and then irrigate, then you are making soil more thrusty. You are adding more water. But if you are pre-sowing it and then preparing field and then sowing it, then you don't need irrigation for 2 to 3 weeks. And that will take the risk out. So there are certain, this is what we said, that you may do 1,000 acres, no issue, but do it rightly. Now this is a big question, I think we discussed in DWR also. This organization has very good facility of 21 centers. They can look at some of those issues, that we agree on these issues, and then that happens. Because what will happen, these are the issues which we have brought forward today, but there are some issues which we still have serious problems. Where is the new chemistries? We used to have 3, 4, 5, 6 herbicides, but now we don't get new herbicides. We don't have many new chemistries, You'll have to look at, the old compounds and how to sustain those compounds, That's the issue. And how to sustain those compounds, that requires different kind of activity, Now again, we were discussing it at some platform. We are using 1:1. Means if one herbicide is recommended at 0.2 kilo, another herbicide recommended 1.0 kilo, so the mixture is 1.2. It never happens that way. So there has to be a ratio, now private sector is, maybe doing during evolution phase, but I think these are new evolution phases, If you look at, the number of industries producing new chemicals, it's not. I think we'll have to be very careful on that also. That's it. Another, for example, now we have, the time has come where we'll have to look at the basic component in weed science. Basic component is that we need to understand the ecologies. We need to understand, how the shift is happening. Drones will come, sensors will come, sensors will need weed photos from very young stage to early young stage, and we will need some kind of mapping. We will need those pictures, So it's very important to come out, because private sector can support some of those components, public sector can support some of those components. So we need to come out with a very excellent, good picture-based, weed atlas, so that if sensors come, they can, look at, because somebody from private sector met me, about sensor in tomato, they were saying that we want to have, because that sensor, robot can identify those weeds and they can work only on those weeds, So, but these are the facilities and these are the basic component which we need, And we cannot, even DWR alone cannot do that, private sector and DWR together, they can do that. So some of these components are important. If you can have, small investment, coming into a very big investment, so that can have, that can help us in the long run, and that's one way of going forward,
Sir, can I just?
Yeah.
I would like to, since all scientists are here, I would like to mention that the general perception that gets created is that the whole country will go GM. All crops, everything will go GM. Or they will say that all 100% of rice will go DSR with herbicide-tolerant technology. I think we also have a responsibility to make a map of what are the top 20, 30 problems and what are the solutions for each of those problems. GM may be a solution only for 3 or 4 out of them. Traditional breeding will still come out to be the number one answer to most of the problems. But that point is not going across to anybody. I think as a scientific community, this could be a team which can sit together and then do this, that make a big map of what are the different tools from the toolbox we can use for each of the problems that we have. And that if we can bring it out, it would be a good public good actually, because it can help people to focus research on those areas. It will help the government to know that yes, this is the big picture and everything is not going in one direction. And it will also help the farmers and the other stakeholders to understand that it is actually an optimal solution for all the problems. Otherwise, this problem will be there that people will think that everything will go in one direction.
So, Dr. Majumdar, yeah.
No. It is there. It is working, Dr. Majumdar. Yeah.
Yeah, if you kindly permit me, I shall start with what Mr. Kaundinya said. Our association, Crop Care Federation of India, also, sometimes we may not agree, but each and every report which comes against pesticides, CCFI will react. And if no English newspaper is taking those articles, as Madam said, we go to regional newspapers in different languages. It may be in Punjab, Bengal, Andhra, anywhere, yeah. And if that also doesn't work, then we even paid articles we write. And then there are, these magazines like Agro Pages, then Agri News, then there is another one also. So those also, they readily publish, the ICN, Indian Chemical News, they readily publish those things. So this is number one. Number two, as Dr. Singh was telling, I think, people like Mr. Prashant Bhushan, yeah, they are quite intelligent people. They know exactly that this is not correct. Knowingly, they will do it because they want to disrupt. They'll only work a motivated approach to disrupt what is happening in the country. They will work against everything which is positive, make it negative, and people, they are very apt in misleading the people to understand or get their perception. Yeah? Scientists cannot go to that extent, na? As the lawyers can do. And the courts, you will be able to convince the court. This has been happening also with pesticides. These 27 pesticides are going to be banned. And there are some NGOs, two NGOs who tried their level best they couldn't do it because the judiciary was correct, that one. And the third one is a very, very sensitive subject. I mean, this should be hardly discussed in the public. This is the natural farming. We started this ZBNF. I shall give my views, very guarded views. ZBNF, zero budget natural farming. So I discussed with a lot of friends in ICAR, IRI and all that, yeah. And even Professor Ramesh Chand, he also said this can never work. Then came natural farming, not ZBNF, but natural farming. And then has come the organic farming. Now out of the, if you see the organic farming 10 years ago, and organic farming is today, it has made a lot of strides, the organic farming. Now the amounts of the products which you get, biofertilizer, biostimulants, then these things, these biopesticides. Now if those can be used properly, organic farming can more or less compete against the modern farming. They will never get the same yield. So Professor Chand had said one very good suggestion he had given. I don't know where it landed and whether it's being followed. He said to just start from the areas, in the hilly areas, once to go to Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, where anyway the pesticide and fertilizer usage is very low. So start from there, natural farming, and there if you fail, then impact on the whole country will not be good. But if you go to areas like Punjab or Andhra or Maharashtra, or where the product, yeah, okay. So what I am telling that I think we should meet the government. Mr. Kaundinya suggesting we should go to the Prime Minister and all that. We should explain actually that this is what happened 2000 years ago cannot happen today. What actually is the definition of natural farming, which is now told that India is following natural farming to all the other countries. Yeah, I think we should work out this thing. Thank you. Thank you.
I think we don't have more time now. We will have to conclude. The last proposal, could be in order to resolve some of those issues, that there could be a mechanism, maybe DWR or, any platform can have, such type of annual, brainstorming sessions, or through the committee, that committee may have the mandate of organizing brainstorming sessions, So I think Dr. Misra, and we will request Dr. Mr. Rana Rathia that I think we constitute a committee. We have, some convergence, of public and private sector at any place annually, and then some of those issues which Dr. Manjuram has said that we can take them to those sites, where some of those issues are there. And based on the experience of those sites, we can write, that this is the committee has seen, we have found this problem, this is what the farmers say, so that it becomes an example and it becomes an evidence, I think today's meeting should, be taken as a starting point for some of those interventions. And with this, we would like to thank, I would like to thank Dr. Ram, having, good discussion on that. So we may close this session. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to take a moment, if I could please request Dr. V.K. Chaudhary to kindly felicitate our chair and co-chair for the session, please. Chair for the session, Dr. R.K. Malik. Our co-chair, Mr. Ram Kaundinya. Thank you so much. To officially conclude today's proceedings, I invite Dr. V.K. Chaudhary, scientist at ICAR DWR, to deliver the final vote of thanks, please.
Yeah, a very, very good evening. brainstorming meeting on weed management in India, emerging challenge and management strategy, jointly organized by ICAR, Directorate of Weed Research, Jabalpur, and Federation of Seed Industry of India, is coming to its end. And many of the people, they have helped us to organize this event, so it is our duty to thank all of them. First of all, I would like to thanks to all the dignitaries of inaugural session, our chief guest, Honorable Dr. S.K. Chaudhary Sahab, DDG NRM, ICAR, and Commissioner Agriculture, Dr. P.K. Singh Sahab, and our two of the ADGs, ADG Seed, Dr. D.K. Yadav Sahab, and ADG Agronomy, Agroforestry and Climate Change, Dr. Rajveer Singh Sahab, and Chairman of FSII, Dr. Ajay Rana Sahab. So, with this we have inaugurated the morning session, and subsequently we have two sessions and finally concluding session. So the concluding session of the chairman Dr. R.K. Malik Sahab and co-chair by Dr. Sri Ram Kunal ji, it is always treat to listen both of them, and they have very rightly pointed out many issues, and we have recorded in our proceedings, and definitely we will bring all of the recommendation and share with all of you. So thank you very much, sir, on behalf of ICAR, DWR and FSI. And I also thanks to the chairman and co-chairman of both the session, Dr. N.T. Yaduraju Sahab and Dr. T.K. Das Sahab for first session, and Dr. Ramanathan and Dr. Majumdar Sahab for very nicely convening both the sessions. I must thanks to all the speakers. In very short notice, they have prepared and share their experience with all of us. So I must thanks to all the speakers of both the session. And I must thank three pillars of organizing this event. Dr. N.T. Yaduraju Sahab, my director Dr. G.S. Mishra Sahab, and Dr. Ratna Kumaria ji. They have been preparing since last 2 months how this program will be organized and where to organize, who will be the speaker. So a lot of thoughts has they have put on it. So I must thank all these three pillars, and I must thanks to reporters of both the session, my colleagues Dr. Jitendra Kumar Soni and Dr. Archana. They have recorded the proceedings, which will be shared with all of you. And I must thanks to the head of the organizations. They have understood the importance of the subject, and they allowed all of you to participate in this brainstorming session. So thanks to all of them. And I must thanks to all of you, because without your cooperation, support, registering, this program was not possible. So thanks to all of you. And there are many people involved in organizing this event. It's not possible for me to speak their name. So whoever directly or indirectly helped us to organizing this event, I must thanks to all of them. And with this, I must request all of you that Indian Society of Weed Science, they are going to organize one biennial conference during November 28th to 30th. So there, we are expecting around 450 delegates, and they will be speaking on their area of interest, especially on weed management. So please join us there at BHU Varanasi during said period, that is 28th to 30th November. So with this, thanks to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all of you for your active participation throughout the day. We hope these discussions will drive significant progress in weed management practices in India. We at the Federation of Seed Industry of India shall see you soon. Have a safe journey back home. Thank you.